Future faking.
It's that magnetic energy that makes someone hard to ignore. But attentiveness is what sneaks under your radar. They remember little details about you, make you feel like you're the most important person in the room, and suddenly you're hanging on every word.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold-blooded. There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Deep black. Just put end to this.
It starts to associate with the allegory.
He kicked out. How in the world did he do that? 3-on-3 matches are always an interesting. Turn out the lights, the party's over. Alistair just turned the lights out. Wow, got it. Big time tag team win. No muss, no fuss on that delivery.
They were missionaries on paper, but observers of truth, and they wrote everything down. One example still puzzles historians. A Jesuit stationed in Paraguay during the early 18th century kept a journal describing the construction of an indigenous city where gold was used not for wealth, but for worship. The city disappeared, the journal vanished, but years later, a single page surfaced in a private collector's archive. The drawing on it matched no known structure. It showed an altar shaped like an eye. Were the Jesuits simply too curious? Did they know too much? Even the Vatican became uneasy. In 1773, Pope Clement XIV suppressed the order entirely, under pressure from several nations. He signed the decree reluctantly. That same year, Jesuit libraries were burned, letters confiscated, and hundreds of priests scattered across the world. But the Society of Jesus was not erased. In the year 1814, the Church quietly restored them. No apology, no explanation, just a return. The question that lingers is not why they were expelled, but how they returned stronger. To this day, the Jesuits operate schools, missions, and diplomatic posts across the globe. Their network remains intact, their silence unbroken, and the nations that once forced them out, many now host them again. Because some stories, no matter how far you send them, always find their way back. Tucked away behind the apostolic palace, beyond the public squares and golden chapels, sits a room that few ever speak of, and even fewer allow to enter. It holds no throne, no sacred relics, and no stained glass windows. The walls are plain, the desks are simple. Yet, for more than 100 years, a quiet office inside this room has been shaping the world. It is known as the Secretariat of State, but those within the Vatican call it something else: Il Cervello, the brain. On paper, the office is responsible for diplomacy, communication, and coordination. But its true power lies not in what it says, but in what it chooses not to say. From this small room, sealed letters are written, private calls are arranged, and orders move silently across continents. The man who leads it is not the Pope. He wears no crown. But many believe he holds more day-to-day control than the Holy Father himself. One man who once worked there, a Monsignor, in the early 1960s, kept a notebook. It was not part of his official duties. It was never meant to be seen. Inside, he recorded details of late-night meetings, secret memoranda, and instructions passed to papal ambassadors without the Pope's signature. He described the office as a web without a spider, always shifting, but always spinning. That notebook disappeared after his death. Only a single page was copied before it was taken. It described a message sent from the Vatican to a foreign leader on the eve of a military coup. The letter was not marked as political. It was wrapped inside a theological briefing. Yet the timing was exact. The language clear. Within days, a new government took form. Whether it was a coincidence, no one knows. The page is now kept in a locked file by a private collector. Far from Vatican records. Over the decades, the office has expanded its influence. Its files include reports not only from bishops, but from diplomats, scientists, and intelligence contacts. A former ambassador once said, "There is no room on earth so small, with eyes that see so far." The Vatican never confirms this. Officially, the Secretariat handles only church matters. But every major world event, from the fall of the Berlin Wall to the quiet treaties signed in unmarked rooms, has passed through this office in some form. Even more curious is the unwritten rule. When a new pope is elected, he does not replace the staff inside.
The only way to
The
describe
office
this version of the
remains.
bloodline.
The people stay.
There's a
The
kick.
machine keeps running. Perhaps the greatest power is not in controlling events, but in knowing about them before they happen, and deciding who needs to know and who does not. In the heart of the Vatican, amid the marble and gold, is one
Big tag team win there.
no one kneels before it, but behind it, the future is often decided in silence. Sometimes, silence speaks the loudest. Beneath the marble floor of St. Peter's Basilica, past the great altar, and the polished tiles walked by pilgrims every day, there is another world. It is a city of the dead, buried not just in stone, but in time. This place is called the Vatican Necropolis, and it is older than the church itself. For centuries, few knew what lay beneath the Vatican Hill. Visitors walked above graves without
The
ever
bloodline
knowing.
looks as menacing as
Even the
ever as they
popes,
prepare to
buried in
establish
their
their
grand
dominance
tombs,
once again.
were unaware of the deeper secrets below. It was not until the early 1940s the world was allowed a glimpse. During renovation by Pope Pius XII, workers dug carefully beneath the basilica floor. They expected to find empty soil and foundation stones. Instead, their lamps lit ancient brick walls, faded frescoes, crumbling archways. They had discovered an underground burial ground, untouched since the 2nd and 3rd centuries. A city of tombs. The Vatican called for silence. Only a small team of archaeologists and clergy were allowed inside. They moved slowly, whispering as they worked. The air was cold. The walls were lined with pagan symbols, suns, lions, and birds carrying souls. But as they went deeper, something changed.
The bell
They
rings. The
found
bloodline
Christian
will surely be
symbols
looking to
mixed
run
among the
roughshod
Roman
in this
gods.
match. That
A fish carved beside a altar, scratched faintly into a marble slab. One chamber held a single stone box, sealed with water. There were no markings on the outside, but inside was a set of bones, wrapped in purple.
in this tag team match.
Some believed they had found the remains of St. Peter himself. The Vatican made no public announcement at first. Bones were studied in secret, moved between vaults, examined by scientists and bishops. Decades passed. In 1968, Pope Paul VI quietly confirmed that the bones were identified in a manner we can consider convincing. But he never said where they now rest. What many do not know is that part of the necropolis remains unexplored. A narrow passage, blocked by ancient stone, leads deeper into the hillside. Old records from the 1940s suggest the tunnel curves toward what may have been an earlier Roman temple, place once used for rituals long before the church claimed the land. One member of the original excavation team, a young priest, later wrote in his diary that he felt watched in that final chamber. He described hearing a distant hum, like chanting behind the stone. His notes were found after his death, tucked inside a Latin Bible. The Vatican has never used it. The necropolis is now partly open to guided tours, but the deepest rooms remain sealed, guarded, forgotten, officially, but not erased. Beneath the shining dome of St. Peter's Basilica lies something far older than Christianity. A city built for the dead, hiding stories the living may never fully understand. And in that silence below, the stones remember. Long before St. Peter's Basilica reached toward the sky, before the marble columns and the echo of choir voices, the Vatican Hill was something very different. It was not a holy site. It was a cemetery.
The bloodline will surely be
And the
looking
graves
to
that
run
filled it
roughshod in this
were not
match.
Christian,
That pack
but
mentality in
pagan.
full force
This was
here.
not hidden.
You have to remember,
For
that
centuries,
this
the
version
church
of the
knew that the
bloodline is
foundations of
essentially
the Vatican
comprised
rested on
of
older
the blood.
ground. But what was quietly forgotten, or perhaps never spoken aloud, is just how many tombs remained beneath the stone, and what those tombs revealed. When the necropolis was uncovered during the 1940s, the focus remained on Christian remains. There was a clear goal: to find the resting place of St. Peter. But as the workers dug through layer after layer of earth, they encountered unexpected structures, shrines carved with strange markings, altars stained with old ash, names not found in scripture, but in myths. One tomb, dated to the 2nd century, bore the name of a Roman priestess. Her face was painted on the wall above her body, arms raised to the heavens, surrounded by symbols of the moon and stars. A sign below it read, Serva Lunae, servant of the moon. The bones were intact, the jewelry still resting on her chest. The Vatican ordered her chamber sealed. In another, a stone tablet described a man who claimed to have spoken to gods and dreams. His coffin was marked with a three-tipped serpent, a symbol not seen since the earliest days of Roman religion. The air in the tomb was thick. One of the workers fainted upon entering, claiming he felt something press against his chest, though no one was near him. He never returned to the site. These forgotten pagan tombs tell a different story about the land beneath the Vatican. It was not always a place of Christian worship. It was once a place of mystery, where Roman families honored gods of light and shadow, sun and soil. Some tombs are peaceful, decorated with flowers and birds. Others are darker, filled with carved eyes, open mouths, and warnings written in Latin. Do not disturb the sleep of the deep.
The bell rings. The
Many of
bloodline
these
will surely
chambers
be
were
looking to
quietly
run roughshod
reburied.
in this match.
The Vatican kept no public records of their contents. Some believe this was done out of respect. Others say it was fear. Because if these old gods were honored in Vatican ground, what does that mean for the foundation of the faith built above? An archaeologist once hinted, in a private interview, that there is a corridor deeper than the public knows, a hallway of sealed tombs, each one untouched, since the early church ordered them closed. When asked why the area was never explored, he simply said, "Some doors are better left unopened." The pagan dead remain there, resting in darkness, their stories unspoken, their faces turned toward the past. And above them, the bells of St. Peter's still ring, not to erase them, but perhaps to drown them out. The altar of St. Peter's Basilica stands like a crown above the beating heart of the Vatican. Pilgrims come from every corner of the world to kneel before it, to look up at the twisting bronze canopy sculpted by beneath, and to whisper their prayers beneath the great dome. But few stop to wonder what lies beneath. The church teaches that directly below the altar rests the tomb of St. Peter, His bones, they say, are buried there, beneath layer after layer of stone, sealed away for eternity. But the truth is more tangled than most visitors ever imagine. In the early 1940s, when Vatican workers began to excavate beneath the basilica to expand the papal tombs, they stumbled upon a series of underground chambers. It was not just a tomb, it was an ancient burial site, filled with both Christian and pagan graves. And at the center of it all stood a simple monument, a wall made of red plaster, cracked with age, and covered in graffiti. One name appeared again and again in that faded wall. Petros Peter's. Behind the wall, hidden in a small cavity, archaeologists found bones. They were wrapped in purple cloth, stitched with gold. Bones belonged to a man in his 60s or 70s. No skull, no name, just fragments. For years, the Vatican refused to confirm whether the remains truly belonged to St. Peter. Scientists examined them in secret. Debates raged behind closed doors. Some argued that the cloth and position of the bones suggested someone important. Others pointed out the missing head and the lack of any identifying mark. If this was truly the first pope, why no clear sign? In 1968, Pope Paul VI made a cautious statement. He said the bones had been identified in a way we may consider convincing, but he never said how they had been identified, and he never said where they had been reburied. Some believe they were returned to the cavity behind the red wall. Others think they were moved to a deeper vault, sealed away to prevent theft or tampering. The rumor, whispered among a small group of Vatican archivists, tells of a second box found nearby, one containing another set of bones, including a skull with a broken jaw. The box was removed quickly, and no one has admitted to seeing it since. There is also the matter of the Red Wall itself. In the 1990s, during routine maintenance, A crack appeared in its base. A worker, examining the damage, claimed to see a small, hidden chamber just beneath. But before anything could be confirmed, the area was closed off. The report was quietly filed, repairs were made, and the altar remained undisturbed. To this day, pilgrims walk above that sacred ground without knowing the full story. They kneel, they pray, and they look up. The real mystery is not above them. It is buried beneath them. The summer sun still hung low over Rome the day she vanished. It was June. The year was 1983, and 15-year-old Emanuela Orlandi left her family's Vatican-owned apartment to attend a flute lesson. She never came home. She was not a tourist or a stranger to the city. Emanuela was a citizen of Vatican City, one of the very few. Her father worked in the papal household, a trusted lay servant. Her home stood just steps from St. Peter's Basilica, within the safe and sacred walls of the church. And yet, she disappeared, as if swallowed by the air itself. The official story began quickly. She had gone missing near a music school, maybe kidnapped, maybe lured away. But almost from the beginning, her case was different. There were no ransom calls, no fingerprints, no signs of struggle, just a phone call placed to her family days later, claiming she had joined a religious group and would not return. The voice was shaken. Some say it was disguised. As the days turned into weeks, more calls came. Some said she was being held to pressure the Vatican into releasing a prisoner. Others claimed she was the victim of something darker, something hidden inside the church. Then, the letters started arriving. One came with no return address. Inside was a photograph of a girl with dark hair, seated on a bed, her eyes vacant. Was it Emanuela? The Vatican said nothing. The family kept searching. Rome's police followed clues that led nowhere. And slowly, the story began to fade from public view. But inside the Vatican, the silence was louder. Years passed. Whispers grew. Some believed she had overheard something inside the papal offices. Others thought she had been used in a secret exchange between the Vatican and the A name emerged. The Banda della Magliana, a Roman mafia group with rumored ties to the Vatican. The idea seemed wild, possible. Documents surfaced suggesting money had moved quietly, quickly, during the weeks following her disappearance. Then came the most chilling twist. In 2019, Emanuela's family received a tip. A grave inside the Vatican, long sealed and forgotten, might hold her remains. It was marked with an angel and located near the Teutonic Cemetery, just behind St. Peter's Basilica. The tomb was opened, but instead of answers, there was nothing. Not even the person who was supposed to be buried there remained. It was empty. The Vatican girl, they called her. A child of the church, swallowed by its shadows. To this day, her family holds vigil, lighting candles, demanding truth. And the Vatican? It remains silent. In a city where every brick is watched, where secrets are sealed in vaults and oaths, how does a girl disappear? Unless, the story was never meant to be solved. Only a memory, just beneath the surface, like so many others, buried in the silence beneath the stone. The Vatican is a place of tombs, grand, guarded, marked by marble. Popes are buried there, blood was too, stone chambers sealed for eternity. But in recent years, something strange has begun to disturb the peace. Behind the gates of the Teutonic Cemetery, just beyond the shadow of St. Peter's Dome, two ancient tombs were opened. They were expected to hold the remains of two princesses from noble German families. The stones above them bore names and dates. One died in the 1800s, the other in the early 1900s. Their burial sites had remained untouched for over a century, until a tip arrived, whispered through a lawyer, sent to the family of Emanuela Orlandi. The anonymous message was simple. If you want to find Emanuela, look where the angel points. The angel in question stood over a stone slab in the quiet courtyard of the cemetery. Its finger reached toward the earth, as if beckoning the living to recover what the dead had seen. And
So, in the summer of 2019, with cameras watching, Oxford officials standing by, both were empty. Not just missing a body, completely hollow. No bones, no caskets, no trace of the women meant to rest there. The Vatican expressed surprise. They called in forensic experts. But the records were clear. Both tombs had once been occupied. Now, they were not. The question turned sharply. If the women were removed, when? And more importantly, why? A new search began, this time in a nearby chamber known as the ossuary. Deep beneath the ground, in a space used to store loose remains gathered from older graves, bones were discovered, hundreds of them, all jumbled, without labels. Some were ancient, others newer. In quiet, armored cold storage, investigators tried to match the remains to Emanuela. DNA tests came back inconclusive. Closed the search. But before they did, one document slipped out. Private infantry list, created decades earlier, noted a strange change. Bones from the princess's tombs had been located in the early 1980s, the exact year Emanuela vanished. It was never announced. No one signed the record. The family of Emanuela still asks questions. The Vatican maintains that no evidence has tied the empty tombs to her disappearance. But those who study the case find the timing too close, the details too strange. Why would the Vatican quietly move royal remains the same year a Vatican girl disappeared? And why seal the tombs as if nothing had changed? The crypts beneath the city are not always silent. Sometimes they echo with more than prayers. Sometimes they speak through what is missing. It often hides not in what is found, but in what is no longer there. The last time anyone saw her clearly, she was near the Piazza Navona, standing beside a green BMW. The car's windows were tinted, its license plate untraceable. The girl wore a dark skirt with white flags, her black hair pulled back from her face. She looked nervous, and then she got into the car. That girl, many believe, was Emanuela Orlando. The year was 1983. The city was hot, the air shimmered above the streets. A witness, a young man working at a newsstand, later said he recognized her from the posters on the At first, he thought it was mistake, but then she turned, just enough for him to see her eyes. He was sure it was her. He told the police. But the report was quietly filed away. In the weeks after Emanuela's disappearance, tips poured in. Most were dismissed. Some were wild, rumors of foreign agents, strange cults, and deals made in shadows. But one detail returned again and again: the green BMW. Two girls, both friends of Emanuela, later said a man in a dark suit had approached them after her disappearance. He offered them money. He asked questions about Emanuela's habits, her movements, her family. He drove a green car. They thought he was a police officer. He never showed a bag. Years passed. Files were closed. The green BMW remained in the margins of the story, like a ghost refusing to vanish. Then, in the early 2000s, a retired police officer came forward. He had seen the report about the girl in the green car. He had been stationed near Vatican City at the time, and he remembered something strange. On the night of June 22nd, the same day Emanuela vanished, a dark green BMW had been waved through a Vatican gate without inspection. The car did not match any known diplomatic vehicle. The guards were never questioned. The officer thought it was unusual, but said nothing at the time. Years later, it still haunted him. He gave his testimony in secret. The record was sealed. More recently, a journalist digging through old case notes uncovered a parking citation issued to a BMW in a restricted area near the Tucson Cemetery, the same area where empty tombs were removed decades later. The citation was signed, then mysteriously cancelled. The signature was blurred. The date matched the day after Emanuela disappeared. Was the girl in the green BMW really her? No one can say for certain.
but in a city rocked by cameras,
What a
guarded by
match we
tradition,
just saw.
and steeped in secrets, a single car passed through the Vatican gates without leaving a trace, except in the memory of a man who watched and wondered why no one asked questions. And perhaps that is the deepest mystery of all. Not the car, not the girl, but the silence that followed her. In the quiet corners of the Vatican, among dusty records and whispered rumors, there is a story that sounds too strange to be true, yet it refuses to die. It begins with a machine, not one of prayer or prophecy, but of science. It was called the chronovisor.
The bell
Some
rings,
say
the
it could
bloodline
see
will
through
surely
time.
be looking to run
The story
roughshod in
came
this
to light
match.
in the
That
1970s, when a Benedictine monk named Father Pellegrino Vernetti stepped forward and claimed no priest had ever dared make. He said that inside the Vatican, hidden from the world, was a device that could view events from the past, not through imagination, not through visions, but through real images and sound, like a television tuned to history. Father Vernetti was not born from a he had been a physicist, a musicologist, and a scholar devoted to nature. He said he had worked with a team of scientists, including a Nobel Prize winner, under the blessing of high-ranking church officials. Together, they built the chronovisor. According to him, the device used mysterious rays, fragments of light and sound still lingering in the universe, to reconstruct scenes from long ago. And what did they choose to see? The crucifixion of Jesus Christ. Vernetti described watching it with his own eyes. He said he saw the sky darken. He saw Christ's face contorted in pain. He even claimed to have transcribed a lost Latin play by the Roman poet Quintus Ennius.
Ice in their veins, that's
After
perhaps
witnessing
the
a
only way to
performance
describe
through
this
the
version of the
chronovisor.
bloodline.
Most dismissed the story as fiction, a hoax, a fantasy too wild to dig in the boldest conspiracy, but not everyone laughed. Inside the Vatican, the reactions were cautious. Quiet. No public statement was made. And then, suddenly, Father Vernetti stopped speaking about the machine. He said he had been misunderstood. He denied everything he had once claimed. But before his death, a curious thing happened. A friend visited Vernetti in the hospital. The priest was weak, his voice barely above a whisper. When asked again about the chronovisor, he did not deny it. He said only this: they were not ready, and they were afraid. Shortly after, an image surfaced. It showed the face of Christ on the cross, eyes lifted, lips parted. Vernetti said it had come from the chronovisor itself. Critics called it a fake, a photograph of a religious statue, but no one could prove who had first released it. And to this day, the original source remains unknown. What is most unusual is the reaction from the church. Rather than condemn the story outright, the Vatican quietly passed a law. In a document that stood deep in the archives, it was declared that any device resembling the chronovisor would be considered dangerous to the faith and forbidden. Why issue a warning for a machine that never existed? Perhaps the answer lies not in what the machine could show, but in what it made possible, a world where the past is no longer hidden and the truth cannot be buried, even beneath stone, even behind silence. It was just a single image, black and white, grainy, tucked inside the back of an old leather-bound book. But for those who believe in the Vatican's hidden past, it is a photograph that should not exist. The picture shows a man nailed to a wooden cross. His head is crowned with thorns. His body is twisted. His face is turned slightly toward the camera. The background is hazy, as if taken through a thick fog. There are no body markers, no power lines, no roads, just the hill, the cross, the figure. At first glance, it appears to be another religious artwork, but there is no brushstroke, no canvas, no signature. Experts confirmed it was taken with an early camera, long before color, long before editing, yet no one can say when, where, or by whom. The photo first appeared in the early 1990s, slipped into a package sent to a Jesuit historian in Milan. There was no return address. The envelope was lined with thick black paper, the kind used to block scanning or x-rays. Along with the image was a short note, written in shaky Latin.
Ice in their veins,
read,
that's perhaps the
"That
only
which
way to
was
describe
seen
this version of the
cannot be
bloodline.
unseen."
Cole,
The historian tried to trace the source. He asked other scholars. He sent 5 letters to Rome. No answers came. One replied in Latin, unsigned, totally plain paper. It said, "Destroy the image. Get what you saw. You risk more than your reputation." But the historian did not destroy it. He showed it to a few trusted colleagues. One of them claimed the photo matched the vision described in the secret writings of the 12th century mystery. The woman claimed she had seen the crucifixion in detail, as if she had been there. The posture, the shape of the cross, even the strange lighting all matched her forgotten text. Then the photograph vanished. Some say it was taken by the Vatican and placed into the archives, sealed under lock and oath. Others believe it was never real, just a trick of shadows and fear. But those who held it in their hands insist it was genuine, not a painting, not a relic, a moment pulled from time. And when the story was later linked to the chronovisor, the mysterious device said to
the bell
replay
rings, the
moments from
bloodline
the
will surely
past,
be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full
could it be a
force
frame
here.
captured from
You
that
have to
machine?
remember, Cole, that this
Was
version
this
of
the
the...
proof the Vatican The church made no comment, no denial, no explanation, only silence. Yet in the dim libraries of Rome, Rocky still floats from Latin.
And that's it.
Shared by
Scores the win
scholars
for
and
the
whispers
team.
in dark corners, always with the same warning: do not stare too long.
Here are your winners.
It is not the image that will change, it is you. And in that single photo, whether true or not, lies a deeper mystery. What if the past is not as far behind us as we think? What if someone, somewhere, captured it? And what if the Vatican knows? It was said to be a miracle of science, a machine that could look into the past, not with faith or imagination, but with wires, dials, and flickering screens. The chronovisor, built in secret, hidden in the
The
depths
bell
of the
rings, the
Vatican,
bloodline will
and
surely be
then
looking
quietly
to run
erased.
roughshod in this match.
But why?
That pack.
If the machine truly existed, if it could view moments from history, if it could see the face of Christ, or the rise and fall of empires, why would the Vatican choose to destroy it? The answer, some say, begins not with what the chronovisor could show, but with what it might reveal. Father Pellegrino Ernetti, the Benedictine monk who claimed to have helped design the device, once said the machine was more dangerous than any weapon. In a rare moment of honesty, he whispered to a friend, "It showed us things we were not meant to see, not because they were false, but because they were too true." In the Vatican archives, there are records that mention a private meeting held in the early 1960s between a small group of high-ranking cardinals. The subject was not a doctrine or a scandal. It was the chronovisor. One letter, written in Latin and marked with the seal of the Secretariat of State, warns of the destruction of faith through the invasion of certainty. What does that mean? It means the machine had no bias. It did not filter truth through belief. It showed events as they were, not as people remembered them. Sometimes the truth was too hard to bear. Imagine, for a moment, what it would mean if ancient religious stories, cherished for centuries, looked different on the screen. Imagine if the crucifixion happened on a different day, or if certain miracles were never seen at all. Imagine watching the early councils of the church and hearing arguments that challenge the very foundations of Christian teaching. The Vatican feared such power, not just because of what it could show, but because of what people would do with it. Some say the machine was dismantled piece by piece, its parts stored in separate vaults, one in Rome, one beneath a monastery in Switzerland, another perhaps in the hands of a cardinal who vanished soon after the project ended.
That's perhaps the only way
Father
to describe this
Ernetti
version
remained
of the
silent
bloodline.
for most of his
Cold-blooded,
life,
remorseless, and willing to do
but just before
anything.
his death, he was visited by a close friend, a fellow priest. In a low voice, Ernetti confessed, "We buried the truth because it was louder than any sermon. The church survives not on what it knows, but on what it chooses to remember." The chronovisor, if it ever existed, did not fail. It worked too well. And that may be the real reason the Vatican dismantled it. Not to keep the past hidden, but to keep the present from unraveling. Because sometimes the weight of truth is heavier than stone. The silent walls of the Vatican
What a tag match we just saw.
The question has never been whether something exists, but why it is kept hidden. The chronovisor, if the stories are true, was more than a machine. It was a mirror to the past, a quiet humming window into forgotten moments. But what unsettled the church was not the device itself, it was the power behind it. Imagine a machine that could replay any moment in history, the birth of nations, the death of saints, the signing of treaties, every word, every gesture, every truth, made visible again. No more need for witness accounts or relics, no more room for legends or miracles shaped by time. It would mean the end of doubt, and, possibly, the end of belief. Some within the Vatican saw the chronovisor as a gift, a way to prove the faith, a final answer to centuries of skepticism. But others saw something far more dangerous. The truth could be seen, it could be judged, and if it could be judged, it could be rejected. One letter, tucked inside a private folder, marked strictly confidential. Or the machine might be the last chaos of sacred tradition. It was written by a Jesuit theologian who had once defended the project. But after witnessing the chronovisor replay a council from the 4th century, where bishops argued heatedly over what books should be included in the Bible, he changed his mind. "The truth," he wrote, "is messier than we told the world. We did not lie, but we chose carefully." That was the conflict. Was the chronovisor an engine for truth or a tool for control? There were those who believed it could be used to keep the faithful in line. If the machine confirmed church teachings, then no one could question it. It would be a silent enforcer, a machine that showed the world only what the Vatican wanted it to see, a kind of holy surveillance. But others feared a darker turn. What if someone outside the church gained access? What if governments used it to expose secrets, rewrite narratives, even reshape history? The Vatican may have held the first machine, but it would not be the only one for long. And so the decision was made. Not in public, not even among all the cardinals. Only a few knew. The chronovisor would be broken down, its parts separated, its plans buried, and its very existence denied. Yet, the whispers never stopped. A scientist in Venice claimed he once saw blueprints with strange notations in Latin. A monk in Germany said a device was hidden beneath a cathedral floor. And deep within the apostolic archive, a shelf is marked with a symbol, not a word, but a shape, a circle with 2 lines through it, like a distorted arm. The truth may set us free, but control keeps the world in order. And somewhere, between the ticking of clocks and the flicker of old film, the Vatican made its choice. There is a small room in the Vatican that few have ever entered, and fewer still speak about. It is not part of the tour. There are no photographs, no plaques. Yet every new pope must pass through it, and some do not come out the same. They call it the Room of Tears. Tucked behind the Sistine Chapel, hidden past thick wooden doors and behind walls heavy with frescoes, the room itself is simple. There is a mirror, a chair, and 3 sets of papal robes in different sizes. It is here, just after the white smoke rises and the crowds cheer in St. Peter's Square, that the new pope is brought in silence. The air is still, no music plays, no prayers are said. This is the moment no one sees, when the man becomes more than a man. Some sit down, trembling, some kneel, and some cry. It is not just emotion, it is weight. In that instant, what a tag match! He belongs to history, to a billion souls, to a city built for secrets. His name, his past, and sometimes even his beliefs. There is a story told in hushed tones by a Swiss guard who stood outside the Room of Tears in the year 1978. The cardinals had just chosen Cardinal Albino Luciani. He had taken the name John Paul I. Minutes passed, then more. Then the sound of weeping came through the door. Not soft, but deep. The kind that shakes the body. When the door finally opened, the new pope stepped out pale and silent. He said only one thing to the guard. Pray for me. 33 days later, he was dead. The official report called it a heart attack. No autopsy was ever performed. And some believe the secrets are glimpsed in that
Comes
short
out on
time.
top in this
About the
tag
Vatican
team
vow,
match.
about corruption, too dangerous for him to live long.
Here are your winners.
The Room of Tears saw him last. Pope Benedict XVI was said to have sat there for nearly 40 minutes, alone. When he emerged, his face had changed. One aide claimed he looked older, as if the office had already aged him. Years later, when he made the shocking decision to resign, something no pope had done in nearly 600 years, many wondered if the reason had been born in that quiet room. It is not cursed, it is not sacred, but it is honest. In that small chamber, where mirrors reflect not just faces but burdens, something happens that cannot be undone. The Vatican calls it tradition. Others call it transformation. But one thing is certain. In a city filled with grand halls and golden altars, the most powerful moments may happen in a room no bigger than a closet, where tears are not hidden, but expected, and where silence speaks loudest of all. Beneath the marble floors of the Vatican, where whispers linger longer than footsteps, there is a book locked in silence. It does not sit on display, it is not studied in seminaries, and yet it is guarded more carefully than some of the Church's most sacred relics. They call it the Grand Grimoire, the forbidden book of black magic. It is said to have been written in the early 1600s, though some believe the pages are older, much older. Inked in a mix of Latin, Hebrew, and strange symbols that do not belong to any known alphabet, the book contains rituals that promise impossible power. Summoning demons, speaking with the dead, bargaining with things not of this world. The Church has always taught that such practices are sinful, dangerous, and false. And yet, the Grand Grimoire exists. Not only that, it is said to be locked deep within the Vatican's secret archive, sealed in a box wrapped in chains, guarded by special order. Why would the Vatican, the keeper of the Christian faith, preserve such a book? One theory begins with a French priest named Antoine Joseph in the year 1871. While rebuilding a burned-out chapel in the mountains near Toulouse, he discovered a bundle of documents hidden behind a stone wall. Among them was a partial copy of the Grand Book. Disturbed by the contents, he traveled to Rome to hand it over personally. He was never seen again. The copy he brought, however, was entered into the Vatican's catalogue under buried within hundreds of other restricted texts. It was labeled not as heresy, but as theological research. Only a handful of scholars are permitted to read it, and even then, only under close watch. One of them, a Jesuit linguist working in the 1970s, claimed the book described rituals so exact, so chillingly detailed, that they could not have been invented. He believed the book was not a manual for sorcery, but a record, a list of what had already been done, not myths, but history. He tried to publish a paper on his findings. He was silenced. The Vatican denied the book's existence entirely, but the rumors persist. Some believe certain popes ordered it studied to understand the dark forces they feared would one day rise again. Others think it was kept as proof, not to practice, but to prepare. And a few whisper of a hidden room beneath the apostolic palace, and a book has been read out loud by candlelight. The Church calls it dangerous, scholars call it superstition, but still, it remains locked away, never destroyed, because even in the heart of the Vatican, there are things too powerful to burn, things written not in ink, but in fear. And the most frightening secrets are not always the ones shouted from the pulpit. They are the ones quietly kept, in a book no one should ever open. In a quiet room behind thick Vatican walls, there is a drawer that rarely opens. Inside it are folders, plain, unmarked, worn at the edges. Each one contains a story too strange for the pulpit, too disturbing for public ears. They are not sermons, they are not myths, they are records. They are the exorcist files. Each file begins the same way. Name, date, age. What follows is anything but ordinary. There are reports of voices that do not speak. Descriptions of impossible strength in frail bodies. Objects flying without touch. Language spoken that the subject had never learned. Some files are only a few pages. Others are thick with photos, recordings, and notes scribbled in the margins. These cases are not taken lightly. The Vatican trains its exorcists carefully. They must be calm, faithful, and grounded in reason. Before a ritual can even be considered, every natural explanation must be ruled out: medical, psychological, emotional. Only then is the case brought before the church. Only then is the draw open. One of the most disturbing files dates back to the year 1975. A young woman in Germany, once a quiet student, began to scream at friends. She refused to enter churches. Her parents thought she was ill, but no doctor could find the cause. Over the months, her voice changed. She began to speak in Latin, though she had never studied it. Her eyes no longer matched her face. One priest later said, "It was like looking into a mirror. The reflection was not yours." The file includes audio recordings, real ones, kept under lock. Priests performed more than 67 exorcism sessions. Each one was documented. And in the end, she died, her body too weak to survive the torment. The church called her case tragic. Others called it proof. Her file is still studied in Rome to this day. Another file, more recent, tells the story of a diplomat's son in South America. Strange marks began to appear on his skin, symbols from ancient texts. At night, he would wake screaming words no one could understand. The family turned to a local priest who reached out to Rome. The team was sent quietly. No media, no announcements. After 2 weeks, he stopped speaking, giving up on life. What he wrote were prayers in Aramaic, the language of early scripture. That file ends with a single line: "The boy recovered. No further manifestations." But not all files end that way. The Vatican does not confirm these stories. They do not deny them either. The exorcist files remain hidden, not because they are lies, but because they are too difficult to explain in daylight. And so they wait, in silence, behind drawers and locks, not forgotten, not dismissed, but guarded, because even within the sacred heart of the church, there are shadows it does not fully understand. Not far from the Vatican walls, behind the tall gates of an old Roman building that many walk past without noticing, something unusual takes place every spring. The doors open. Tourists and pilgrims there. Very different from the student. They are priests, bishops, and even a few lay scholars arriving from across the world, taking what is known only in this Vatican School of Exorcists. The official name is longer, more formal. Course on exorcism, hosted at a university tied to the church. But those who attend know its true purpose. It is where the Vatican trains those who are called to face the invisible war. The course began in the late 1990s, quietly. A small group of priests had raised concerns. They claimed that reports of possession were rising, especially in rural areas, where local clergy lacked the knowledge to respond. Many bishops had stopped appointing exorcists altogether. The church, they warned,
the bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match.
In response,
there's
the
a
Vatican
kick.
threw the
Lights out. Now's the time to capitalize.
Christianity.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Those days are packed with lectures, case studies, rituals.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
What is
That
perhaps most
powerbomb
surprising
was
is how
absolutely
serious
worthy
it
on
is.
both halves of its
There is no
game.
mockery, no exaggeration. Professors speak of possession as a real, if rare, condition. They teach how to recognize deception, how some cases may be psychological, others misunderstood. But they also teach signs. The sudden knowledge of forgotten languages, supernatural strength, the unbearable reaction to sacred objects. One priest, now retired, recalled a moment during the course that changed him. A visiting exorcist from Africa
The bell rings. The
was
bloodline will surely
describing
be
a
looking
case
to
where a
run
child
roughshod
began
in this
forming
match.
symbols in action.
There's a
Symbols
kick.
for blood.
Lights out.
As the room fell
That's the
silent,
game ender,
the
gentlemen.
instructor paused
He
and said,
answers right back.
"The devil
Going
does
for the
not need
cover.
to be
Solo
believed."
shoulders are down. He goes to the rest.
That
about
same
to
year,
see.
the young priest in his 30s attended a motorcycle
Cena can put it away.
strange.
There's a kick and a blood
He told
match.
his bishop
Is
that
victory
Satan
close?
flies into
This
the
could
air
be
for
it.
mass. But after completing the training,
What a
he
match
returned
and
home
what
and
a
began
great team.
documenting similar cases. He now leads a quiet ministry of prophetic guidance. Training is not publicized. There are no diplomas to hang on walls, but those who complete it are quietly entered into a network, one that stretches from Rome to remote corners of the world. A network of men who carry not just crosses, but a deep understanding of the war between faith and fear. And while the Vatican rarely speaks of it openly, this training school still operates today. Its classrooms remain full. Its mission remains clear. Because in a world that no longer believes in demons,
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once
in the
again.
rolling hills of southern France, she described the woman who lied for barefoot, eyes filled with sorrow. The girl's name was Leonie. She was 15 years old.
What a tag match we just saw.
Her vision occurred in the year 1922. It was never recorded. Leonie said the woman did not smile. She gave no promises of peace, no comforting words. Instead, she spoke of coming darkness, of a church that would one day forget the poor. The voices of power will echo in marble halls, she was told. But my son will walk with those who sleep on stone. The girl wrote down the vision and brought it to her priest. By week's end, a representative from Rome had arrived. Leonie was taken from her village. She was brought to a convent near Lyon.
Perhaps the only way to
No more
describe
letters
this version
came.
of the bloodline.
Her family never saw her again. They were told she had chosen a life of silence. The local priest later confessed to a friend that he had heard her scream when she was led away. Hers is not the only apparition of Vatican used for teachers carefully investigated hundreds of reported visions of the Virgin Mary. Some, like those of the priests of Vatican, they drew crowds, inspired devotions, and became symbols of Catholic identity. But others, especially those with warnings or criticisms, were quietly silenced. In the Philippines during the 1950s, a nun claimed the Virgin Mary appeared to her during adoration. The message was simple but sharp. They wear gold but forget the hungry. Tell them, the robes are not their salvation. The nun reported the vision to her superior.
The bell rings, the bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That forbidden to speak to.
Jesuit University once gathered records of he noticed the pattern. In nearly every case,
big-time win in this tag team match.
To the church itself. The messages spoke of wealth, pride, and the temptation of power. None of these visions were approved. Most of them were never even investigated. He tried to publish his findings. The manuscript was blocked. His tenure was revoked. He left Rome in silence. Why would the Vatican silence such visions? Some say it is to protect the faithful from deception. Others believe it is because truth, especially when it comes from unexpected voices, is hard to control. If the Virgin speaks to a farmer, to a child, to a stranger outside the gates of St.
Bloodline will
Peter's,
surely be looking to run roughshod in this match.
The church teaches that Mary is a mother to all. History shows that when the message challenges the shift to a voice of motherhood, the vision, no matter how bright, fades behind God's walls.
Score the win! What a great team!
Among gilded crosses and ancient manuscripts, there is said to be one object kept apart from the others. It is not displayed. It is not spoken of during tours. Most who walk the corridors of the Apostolic Palace have never heard its name, but the few who have say it is not just a relic. It is something alive. They call it the relic that radiates. The story begins during the Second World War, when a Vatican envoy traveled to Eastern Europe under the cover of night. His mission was not political, but sacred. A crumbling monastery in the Carpathian Mountains had sent a plea. Their abbot died suddenly.
That's perhaps the only way to
Final
describe
breath,
this version
he
of the
whispered an
bloodline.
artifact buried in the stone, smooth and black. Half the symbol was older than Latin, older than Hebrew. They believed it to be cursed. The Vatican took it. The emperor in return was not the same man. According to his assistant, he's through pale and quiet. His hands trembling. He asked to confess every evening. Within 6 months, his whole family stood outside of the The object he carried about was never named. But years later, the guard assigned to the archive described a box made of lead, set inside a thicker chest of marble. It was always cold, even in the summer heat, and anyone who stood too close for too long complained of nausea, headaches, or disturbing dreams. It was moved to a chamber below the Vatican Library, placed behind sealed doors. One scientist from Switzerland, granted rare access in the year 1982, reportedly brought a Geiger counter with him. He claimed the readings spiked the moment the marble box was touched. When asked if it could be radioactive, he answered, "Possibly, but this kind of radiation does not behave normally." What disturbed him most was the fact the levels of
Going for the cover.
Another visitor, a Jesuit scholar, later described the experience as being as spiritually heavy. He did not see the object. He only stood near the chamber for 20 minutes. That night, he dreamed of a voice speaking in a language he could not understand. When he awoke, he had written the same symbol again and again on the bedsheets, a spiral with 4 arms, matching the carving described in the original monastery letter. To this day, the Vatican has never confirmed the relic's existence, but it remains a topic of private discussion among those few scholars who know where to look. Because if something in the heart of the Vatican gives off a force not of this world, it raises a question the Church has never wanted to answer.
They prepare to establish their dominance once again.
It was the spring of 1939 when white smoke rose like the Vatican, and the new pope was chosen. His name was Eugenio Pacelli. Just 6 months later, Adolf Hitler invaded Poland, and the world plunged into war. What followed was one of the most debated and secretive chapters in Vatican history, the Church's relationship with the Nazis. At first glance, the Vatican stood apart from the conflict. It held no army, it claimed no side. But deep beneath the surface, inside papal apartments and hidden archives, something else was unfolding. There were letters, meetings, quiet understandings that never reached the public. Pope Pius XII had once served as a diplomat in Germany. He knew the language, he understood its leaders. Some say this helped him maintain peace behind the scenes. Others say it made him too careful, too silent, and really needed a voice. There is a letter buried in the Vatican archives, handwritten, unsigned, that describes the meeting
and what a great team!
In 1942, the bishop reportedly begged the church to speak up. Trains were already running, people were disappearing, and still, the Vatican remained quiet. The official answer was chilling. "We must preserve the church," it said. "The time to speak will come, but not now." Years later, survivors of the Holocaust asked why the Pope had not condemned the camps from the pulpit. Why had he not named the evil directly? The Vatican responded with a defense, that silence was protection. That public words would have led to worse violence.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick.
There was evidence. Nuns who hid Jewish children in their homes. Priests who forged telegrams to safe houses in Switzerland. These stories are real. They are powerful, but they are not the full picture. Because even as some church members risked their lives, others welcomed Nazi officers into their homes. Some Vatican routes were later used to help high-ranking Nazis escape Europe after the war. These escape lines, known as rat lines, led through Italy and into South America. The Red Cross helped, so did some Catholic organizations. When the war ended, the Vatican never apologized for its silence. Instead, Pope Pius XII was praised by some and condemned by others, and to this day, his wartime archives remain partly sealed, though a small section was opened in 2020, revealing letters that only deepen the mystery. Some show knowledge, others suggest fear, all of them raise questions. In the long corridors of Vatican history, there are moments when morality and power quietly collide. Perhaps none are more haunting than the years when silence echoed louder than truth. In the thick of the Second World War, the city's
Scores the win! What a great team!
the marble halls of the Vatican remained eerily calm. From the outside, it was a fortress of silence, a voice that chose not to speak. But deep within its walls, something more complex was unfolding, a web of quiet choices that blurred the line between caution and complicity. In 1943, a Jesuit priest stationed in northern Italy began to notice strange patterns. Jewish families were disappearing from the towns around him, one by one. Some were arrested in daylight, others simply never returned home. The priest wrote to the Vatican. His letter did not accuse but pleaded. He asked for direction, for clarity, for a sign that the church would respond. He received no reply. But weeks later, a stranger arrived in his parish. No title, just a man with tired eyes and a soft voice. He handed the priest an envelope sealed with words. A simple order: take the children, hide them, say nothing more. This was how the Vatican often acted in those years. Not through public cries, but through whispered orders, unsigned letters, and untraceable messages. Nuns were told to open their doors quietly. Monasteries tucked families into hidden rooms. Baptismal records were altered to protect the hunted. These were not acts of defiance, but of discretion, measured steps beneath a shadowed sky. And yet, while some in the church risked everything, the central authority in Rome remained largely silent. Pope Pius XII continued to speak in general terms. He condemned war, hatred, and injustice, but never named the camps, never named the killers, never said Jews. This silence grew louder. Genocide became undeniable. By 1944, reports from Poland reached the Vatican. They described mass flames, gas chambers, the systematic murder of millions. Still, the Pope did not speak directly. Some within the Vatican urged action. One cardinal reportedly confronted the Pope, saying, "If we do not raise our voice now, when will we?" The answer, it seems, was never spoken aloud. Why the Vatican chose this path is still debated. Some historians believe the Pope feared that public condemnation would make things worse, that Hitler would retaliate against Catholics in German-held territories. Others suggest it was a calculated move to preserve the Church's influence after the war.
The bell rings. The
Whatever the
bloodline will
reason,
surely be looking
the
to run
result is
roughshod
clear.
in this match.
The Church acted, but in shadows, to protect lives, but avoided lives. It moved quietly through the fire, but never shouted to others in the flames. To this day, scholars uncover bits of this silent resistance. Letters smuggled between convents, folded telegrams from the Apostolic Nunciature, testimonies from priests who sheltered those being hunted. But these small lights only make the surrounding silence. Because in moments of genocide, when every voice mattered, the greatest power in Christendom chose to whisper and left history to decide what that silence truly meant. It was the year 1929 when the Vatican and Benito Mussolini signed the Lateran Treaty, sealing a quiet pact that would change the map of Europe and the power of the Church forever. In a single stroke of a pen, the Vatican became its own sovereign state, a city within a city, protected by high walls and deeper secrets. But what lay behind that agreement was far more than politics. It was the beginning of a relationship that many still struggle to understand. At the time, Italy was in a factious war. Mussolini had risen from street violence and speeches into full control of the market. He wore the British uniform of defiance, declared war on disorder. Yet despite his war, he needed something he did not yet have: legitimacy, and the Vatican held it. For decades, the Church and the Italian government had been at odds. popes refused to recognize the Italian state, claiming the Vatican had been stolen in the 19th century. But Mussolini saw an opportunity. If he could bring peace between Rome and the Church, he would look like a savior of tradition, a restorer of balance. The Pope at the time, Pius XI, was no fool. He distrusted Mussolini's ideology, but he also saw a path to reclaim what the Church had lost.
The bell rings.
The
The
treaty
bloodline will
offered
surely be
land,
looking to run
money,
roughshod in this
and
match.
recognition.
That pack.
In exchange, the Vatican promised neutrality, silence and Italian governance, a seat for all political scholars. The deal was made. On the surface, it was hailed as a miracle. Newspapers praised it. Crowds cheered in St. Peter's Square. The Church was now independent, free to govern its own affairs, untouched by outside forces. But beneath that celebration, quiet and unease began to stir. Because, with independence, came entanglement. Over the next decade, the Vatican watched Mussolini tightened his rule, crushed dissent, and aligned himself with Adolf Hitler. Anti-Semitic laws spread across Italy. Books were burned. Families disappeared. And while individual priests and bishops protested quietly, the Vatican itself offered little more than careful statements and guarded diplomacy. Some say it was strategy, that by maintaining ties, the Church could protect lives and keep communication lines open. Others believe it was fear, or worse, complicity.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
Pope Pius XI died just 1 day before he was expected to deliver a speech critical of fascism. The timing remains one of the great mysteries of Vatican history. His successor, Pope Pius XII, stepped into silence. Mussolini's image remained untouched on Vatican walls, even as the war unfolded. Years later, after the fall of fascism, the Vatican kept the treaty. It still stands today. And so does the question, in seeking peace and protection, did the Church preserve its soul or bargain a piece of it away? In the hidden pages of that agreement, the truth may still rest, waiting in the quiet space between faith and fear. It was the summer of 1933. The sun rose over Rome with golden light, casting long shadows across St. Peter's Square. Inside the Vatican, a silence heavier than prayer lingered in the air. That morning, two men signed a document that would bind the Catholic Church and Germany. A document known as the Concordat with Hitler. On one side stood Cardinal Eugenio Pacelli, the future Pope Pius XII, acting as the Vatican's Secretary of State. On the other, Hans von Kappel, representative of Adolf Hitler's own government. Behind them knew the question that still echoes from history. Why did the Vatican, people of faith and morals, make a pact? The Concordat was meant to protect the rights of the Church in Germany. It guaranteed freedom for Catholic education, Catholic newspapers, and the right of priests to speak without fear. On paper, it was a shield, but in practice, it was something far more complex. Because the moment the ink dried, Hitler had something far more valuable than promises. He had legitimacy. The Vatican had just recognized the Nazi regime.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match.
By securing its position,
signed, sealed, and delivered.
Expected. Within weeks, shoulders were shut down. Priests were passed. Ministers waited.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
Why did the Vatican not cancel it? The answer may lie in fear or in politics. To break the agreement would invite full persecution. To keep it meant enduring betrayal in silence. The Concordat became a paper shield, and beneath it, a dark dance began. The Church spoke in whispers. The Nazis moved in shadows. Pope Pius XI, who approved the deal, would later regret it. In the final years of his life, he ordered the drafting of an encyclical condemning racism and fascism. But he died before it was released.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole, there's a kick.
His successor,
Lights out. That's one hell of an exclamation mark.
years before, as Pope
Going for the 3 count.
He never left it. chose diplomacy.
Big time win in this tag team match.
Decades later, historians uncovered documents in the Vatican archives, letters from bishops describing early deportations, reports of camps, warnings, and replies from Rome that urged caution, prayer, and patience, but not resistance. The Concordat was never broken. To this day, it remains one of the most controversial documents in the Vatican's long history, a treaty born from fear, strategy, or something more troubling, the need to survive, no matter the cost. And somewhere deep in the Vatican archives,
the bell rings, the bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember, Corey, this version of the bloodline is essentially comprised of the black sheep of the family. The ones never invited to the family reunions or the cookouts because they're just plain dangerous men.
There's a kick and lights out.
They were not filled with gold and jewels, but with something far more valuable.
Going for the win.
After nearly 6 years of exile, the stolen
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
anti-clerical forces had seized control of Rome. In 1798, they marched into the Vatican and took what they could carry: sacred relics, manuscripts, paintings, and books. The most prized possession was the contents of the Vatican Library, an enormous archive of centuries-old writings. These documents were boxed, labeled, and shipped to Paris, where they were hidden within the French National Library. Napoleon Bonaparte believed knowledge was power. By taking the church's secrets, he hoped to weaken the
bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again
He
inside
once
the ring.
remarked that no army could stand against a pen that controlled the past.
Total
What he
destruction.
feared were not weapons, but the written truths locked away in those pages.
Nobody's coming back from
But
that.
when Napoleon fell and the political tide turned, Pius VII demanded a return of what was taken. So, in silence,
Got it. What a tag match we just saw.
items, but not all came back. Some were too damaged, others mysteriously vanished along the way, and a few, it seemed, had changed in strange and troubling ways. A Jesuit scholar who unpacked one of the crates described an unsettling discovery. A volume of parchment, believed lost since the Middle Ages, had been altered. Entire pages were missing. Margins had been rewritten in French. Symbols had been added, strange, circular marks, not found in any known religious text. The Vatican did not speak of it. Another crate, left unopened for years, was said to contain a black box, sealed with wax. A cardinal who inspected it fell ill days later. His notes, never published, hinted at a relic from the old world, one not meant to return.
The bell rings, the
There
bloodline will
was the
surely
issue
be
of
looking to
books
run
that never
roughshod
made
in
it
this
back.
match. That pack
Historians
mentality in
estimate
full. He
that
goes for the quick
2,000
pin attempt.
manuscripts were never recovered.
And he
Were they
kicks
destroyed,
out. Trying to catch him off guard with that
or
attempt.
quietly absorbed into private collections across Europe?
There's a
The
kick
church
and
never released a complete
lights
book.
out.
To this day, no outsider truly knows what went missing
And he
those
had him
years.
on this could be it. He can win it
Because when
all
the
here.
secrets of the Vatican were taken to
On the
us,
save.
something else
That
came
might
back
have been
with
it.
it. Not just pages and parchment, but questions, unnamed
There's a
fears,
kick.
whispered.
Is that
In
good
the
for
deep
something
silence
for
of the
Cena?
Vatican,
That could put
some say that
someone
volumes
down.
of code,
Got it. There's the winners of the tag match.
paper that resists age, and footnotes written in a hand that no one recognizes. Not everything that returns is what it was. By the early 1980s, the Vatican Bank was no longer just a quiet institution serving church needs. It had become something far more complex and far more dangerous, a silent empire of hidden accounts, coded transfers, and mysterious deaths. Behind the polished marble of Vatican offices, a storm had been building, and when it broke, it revealed one of the darkest financial secrets
The
in the
bloodline looks as
history of the
menacing as
Catholic
ever as they
Church.
prepare to
The
establish their
Vatican
dominance
Bank,
once again.
formerly known as the Institute of Orthodox Religion, was supposed to help manage charitable funds and church property. But by the late 20th century, it had become entangled with powerful banks, foreign governments, and even
Scores the win. What a great
the
team.
center of it all was a man named Archbishop Paul Marcinkus, an American priest with a calm voice and a firm passion. He rose to lead the bank, and with that title, he gained access to billions. But Marcinkus was not acting alone. He formed a close relationship with a man named Roberto Calvi, the head of Banco Ambrosiano, one of Italy's largest private banks. Calvi was nicknamed God's banker for his ties to the Vatican, but his world was full of shadows, secret accounts, shell companies, missing millions, and a Masonic lodge with rumored influence deep inside
The bloodline will
both the
surely be
church
looking to
and
run
the state.
roughshod in this match.
1982, $1 billion in many of its secret transactions led back to the Vatican. The scandal exploded across headlines. Journalists demanded answers. Church officials insisted. Days later, Roberto Calvi was found dead beneath the Blackfriars Bridge in London.
Here are your winners.
He had been hanged on a rope. Scandal. Police first called it suicide, but investigators noticed strange details. Blackfriars, the name echoed an old Masonic symbol, and the type of knot used in the hanging was unfamiliar. Suspicion grew, but no clear answers ever came. Back in Rome, Archbishop Marcinkus avoided arrest under Vatican protection. He was never charged. When asked about the missing money, he replied simply, "You cannot run the church on Hail Marys alone."
Perhaps the only way to
The
describe
Vatican
this version of the bloodline.
but full transparency never. Many of the documents were sealed, whistleblowers were silenced, and the deeper connections, political figures, intelligence agencies, foreign banks were never publicly explained. Some say the scandal was about money. Others believe it was about something more: power, secrecy, and the cost of protecting an empire too sacred to fail. In the years that followed, new scandals emerged, but none so tangled as this. The Vatican Bank survived. Its walls were never breached, but in the quiet corners of its records, the names remain. And the mystery lingers, not just of who profited, but of what was protected in exchange for silence. Because in the Vatican, sometimes the greatest secrets are not buried in stone, but hidden in numbers. The bells of St. Peter's Basilica rang out across the city on the morning of September 29th, 1978. They did not mark the celebration. They told for a death. After only 33 days in office, Pope John Paul I was dead, and with his sudden passing came questions, ones the Vatican never truly answered. Albino Luciani was not expected to become Pope. A humble man from a small village in the Italian Alps, he was known for his gentle voice, warm smile, and deep love. When the cardinals elected him, many called it a miracle. He took the name John Paul to honor his two predecessors, a sign of unity and humility. But some inside the Vatican were not pleased. From the start, Pope John Paul I spoke of change. He wanted to clean up the church's finances. He asked for audits of the Vatican Bank. He questioned the power of certain cardinals and considered reassigning several high-ranking officials. He refused to wear the papal tiara, breaking with centuries of tradition. He spoke of a simpler church, one without luxury or secrets. But he would never get the chance to finish what he started. On that early morning in September, a nun found him dead in his bed. The official story said it was a heart attack. There was no autopsy, no investigation, no medical exam. Within hours, his body was embalmed and his room sealed. That silence became the first breath in the story. Many noticed strange inconsistencies. The Vatican first claimed the Pope had been discovered by a secretary. Later, they said it was the nun. The time of death shifted in official reports. His glasses were still on his nose, his book still open, as if he had simply stopped breathing mid-sentence. Then came the rumors that the Pope had compiled a list of names the night before, that he had planned to remove key figures linked to the Vatican Bank scandal, that he had received threats in the days leading up to his death. None of this was proven, but none of it was denied. Over the years, investigators, journalists, and even former Vatican insiders suggested foul play. Some believed the Pope was poisoned. Others said he was silenced to protect powerful networks tied to finance, politics, and secret societies. The Church had lost a holy man, nothing more. Still, The questions never faded. Why was there no autopsy? Why was the truth handled with such care or such caution? What did Pope John Paul I discover in those 33 days that may have cost him his life? His successor, Pope John Paul II, never reopened the case, and so the mystery endures. A gentle pope, gone too soon, a death wrapped in silence, and a story the Vatican has never fully told. In the halls of power,
the bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
By the late 1970s, Banco Ambrosiano had grown into one of Italy's largest private banks. Its elegant buildings and polished ledgers gave the illusion of stability and success. But beneath the surface was a network of deception, web of secret accounts, offshore shell companies, and silent partners the public was never meant to see. At the center of this web stood one man, Roberto Calvi. Calvi was often called God's banker for his close ties to the Vatican Bank. He was a quiet man, careful with his words, and even more careful with his enemies. He handled church money, political money, and as some would later whisper, mafia money. The relationship between Banco Ambrosiano and the Vatican Bank was never just financial. It was a bridge between power and influence.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold-blooded, remorseless, and willing to do anything to save their claim here in WWE.
Calvi used that shield to build something dangerous, a financial empire that stretched from the line to investigators began looking into Banco Ambrosiano's missing funds, fake companies in South America, mysterious loans, and untraceable payments. Much of the money had connections to political parties and criminal networks. And there, in the shadows, was the mafia. The Sicilian mob had long used banks to launder drug money and protect their profits. With Calvi's help, and possibly the unknowing support of some inside the Vatican, Banco Ambrosiano became the perfect cover. Money came in dirty and left clean. Names were erased, questions avoided. By 1982, it was all beginning to unravel.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
His pockets were stacked with things, his shoes were touched by water. Official reports pointed to a suicide. The details told another story. The name tied to a Masonic group Calvi was rumored to be part of. The bricks, symbols used in mafia warnings, and the absence of water on his shoes suggested he had not climbed the bridge alone. In Rome, the Vatican remained quiet. Archbishop Paul Marcinkus, head of the Vatican Bank, denied involvement and was never charged. But the damage had been done. Public trust collapsed. The church was forced into internal reforms. And yet, many of the answers remained locked away. Was Calvi silenced by the mafia? Or did he know too much about the church's role in the financial system? Did the Vatican protect itself by stepping back? Or was it deeply entangled in the devil's business? The bridge still stands. Questions still echo. The money was never won. The story of that currency was not just action, but silence. And in that silence, the Vatican kept one of its darkest mysteries buried. In the quiet corridors of Italian power, a secret lodge once operated with invisible hands. Its name was Propaganda 2, or simply P2, a Masonic organization that did not just whisper in the ears of politicians, but allegedly helped shape governments, control banks, and silence those who asked too many questions. What made this secret society so dangerous was not only its reach into Italy's highest offices, but its rumored ties to the Vatican itself. Propaganda 2 began as a legitimate Masonic lodge in the 19th century, but by the 1970s, it had become something far more sinister. Led by a man named Licio Gelli, former Fascist active figure, P2 was no longer just about secret handshakes and ceremonies. Hidden and unchecked. The list of members read like a shadow government, Judges, military officers, media moguls, bankers, and high-ranking church officials were all allegedly involved. When Italian police raided Gelli's villa in 1981, they found a list of over 900 names. Many of them were people who should have never been part of a secret society, especially not one suspected of manipulating elections, hiding criminal activity, and influencing both Italian and Vatican affairs. The Vatican connection became harder to deny when
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline.
Roberto Calvi had ties to key team. He was found dead beneath black as we explored earlier. His death, backed by civilians, with the involvement of Vatican officials painted a picture of a system far more competitive. The Vatican itself denied involvement, but investigators found evidence suggesting that church funds may have passed through banks controlled by P2. Some even suggested that certain cardinals were aware of these dealings, though the proof never made it to court. What did make it to the headlines, however, was the growing fear that the Vatican's holy mission had been compromised by secret loyalties and forbidden oaths. In public, the Church continued its prayers, but in private, the walls of Vatican City shook under the weight of suspicion. One twist came in the form of a strange document known as the Calvi letter, discovered after his death. In it, Calvi named key players he believed were to silence him, including powerful figures inside the Church. Some investigators believe the letter was a final message left by a man who used to make sure. Others said it was a forgery, part of a larger plot to confuse the truth. Either way, no trials ever revealed the full truth. The secrets of propaganda were buried under layers of politics, banking, and fear. Licio Gelli died in his bed, never convicted for the deepest crimes alleged against him. But even now, some say the lodge's spirit never truly disappeared, that somewhere in the background, hands still move pieces we never see. And behind those hands, some believe, is a silence the Vatican never dared to break. In the heart of Vatican City, among polished marble floors and gilded ceilings, there was once said to be a book that no one spoke of out loud, not kept on a shelf, not filed in the archives, but hidden. Always hidden. It was known only by whispers, the Black Ledger. This ledger, if it ever truly existed, was not a record of saints or scripture. It was something darker. A handwritten book containing the names of those who had received secret payments from church funds, spanning decades. Some say the entries dated back to the early 1900s. Others claimed it was updated well into the late 20th century. The amounts were never small. And the reasons for those payments? Always buried beneath layers of silence. The story of the Black Ledger first surfaced in the wake of the Banco Ambrosiano collapse. When Roberto Calvi was found dead in London in 1982, investigators followed the money. What they found were accounts with no clear owners, offshore companies tied to the Vatican Bank, and gaps in financial records that could not be explained, at least not by anyone willing to speak publicly. But a former bank auditor, who remained anonymous, claimed there was a separate ledger, a manual log, black leather, unmarked cover, stored in a safe beneath Vatican offices. It was never meant to be seen, not by the press, not by police, not even by most clergy. Inside, the names told a story of influence. Politicians from Italy, Spain, and Argentina, judges, journalists, even suspected members of organized crime, all allegedly receiving payments through indirect channels, some routed through religious charities or missions that never existed. One entry, it was said, included a cardinal's personal assistant receiving funds that later ended up in a Swiss account. Another showed a monthly payment to a media editor who often wrote glowing reports about church leadership during times of scandal. No one ever produced the ledger publicly, but pieces of it may have slipped out. A photocopy of a single page surfaced in Rome in the early 1990s. It listed 5 names and a total sum in millions. No source, no context. But one of the names matched a bishop who had suddenly resigned and vanished from public life. The Vatican never commented. Journalists who pushed too hard found doors closing quickly, and a few even claimed they had been warned, not by officials, but by unnamed church friends, who urged them to drop the matter for their own safety. Whether the Black Ledger was real or not, its legend spread, and sometimes legends grow stronger in silence. After all, what could be more dangerous than a list of names, all tied together not by faith, but by quiet, invisible threads of power? It is said that the ledger still exists, locked in a box, deep beneath stone floors, where only a few have ever walked, and even fewer returned unchanged. They stand at the gates in colorful uniforms, halberds in hand, quiet as stone, and just as unmoving. Tourists marvel at their presence in St. Peter's Square. The Swiss Guard, protectors of the Pope, are often seen as little more than ceremonial, a living painting in a city of marble. But behind their stillness lies a question older than their order. Who guards the Guardians? Formed in 1506, the Pontifical Swiss Guard was established not just for show, but for survival. These men, carefully selected from Switzerland, pledged loyalty directly to the Pope, not to any government or nation. They are trained in combat, sworn to secrecy, and bound by a centuries-old code. But even loyalty, when bound too tightly, can begin to strain. Over the years, strange rumors have stirred inside Vatican walls. Stories not about the Guard's honor, but about what happens when the guards themselves are watched too closely. Whispers of discipline broken, tensions within the barracks, and actions taken quietly in the night to preserve appearances. One such event shook the Vatican in the spring of 1998. In May of that year, the commander of the Swiss Guard, Alois Estermann, was found dead in his Vatican apartment. His wife lay beside him, also murdered. Moments later, the body of Cedric Tournay, a young Swiss Guard corporal, was discovered nearby. The official story claimed Tournay had snapped, possibly over a denied promotion, and killed the couple before taking his own life. But as the details emerged, questions began to swirl. Tournay's mother insisted her son had been under severe stress, and that he had confided in her about a dark pressure within the Guard. An autopsy revealed a brain cyst, said to possibly influence behavior, but it did not explain the calm way in which the crime was executed. Some even claimed a second weapon had been involved, one that was never found. The Vatican conducted its own investigation, quickly concluding the case. Yet no trial ever took place, and the files were sealed. For some, the case was over. For others, it marked the beginning of a deeper suspicion that something within the guardianship of the Pope had been quietly fractured. It was not the first time the Guard had drawn controversy. In past decades, anonymous letters had circulated suggesting internal power struggles, secret rituals of initiation, and harsh consequences for disobedience. None of these claims were ever proven, but none were entirely denied either. In a place where secrets are currency and silence is safety, even the most trusted can fall under a shadow. The Swiss Guard still watches the gates.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold. There's a kick and black mass. Lights out.
That could put Soto down for good.
Boom!
This could be it. It could end right here. Got it. What a tag match we just saw.
Here are your winners.
At the edge of
The team up.
barely understood, a letter waited to be delivered to a man known only by title, the Shogun of Japan. Europe knew Japan through rumors, a fierce land of warriors, order, and silence. When Jesuit missionaries first stepped onto its shores, they believed they were bringing light. But the light was not always welcome, and soon, letters became the only way the Vatican could reach into that closed and distant kingdom. These were not just letters of faith.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the bloodline only has one motive: total destruction. Doesn't matter who you are, you will come to respect the bloodline.
It's a savage approach.
There's a kick and black mass. Lights out. That can certainly do it.
The cover, is it in?
scores the win. What a great team.
Here are your winners. The team of Mr. Black, John Cena.
Others were intercepted, lost at sea, or destroyed by those who saw them as threats to the fragile balance of Japanese rule. In one such letter, said to be locked away today in the Vatican's restricted archives, the Pope offered more than prayers. He offered protection. A subtle suggestion that the Church's reach extended further than faith alone, that alliances with Rome could bring not just salvation, but power. But Japan was changing. By the early 1600s, the Tokugawa shogunate had risen, and with it came an
ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold. There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Does that close it out for Black? Covering their opponent for the win.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
Was captured and forced to renounce his faith.
Here are your winners.
The
team of
The Vatican side of that history remains quiet, buried in correspondence never released to the public. Some historians believe there are at least 6 letters in the Vatican's collection that were never shown to scholars. Their contents remain unknown. Some suspect they included political offers. Others believe they hinted at ancient relics the Vatican claimed to possess, objects said to hold divine power. Why keep these letters hidden? Perhaps they tell a story.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out.
That's got to be it. He's going for the cover.
For the win.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Here are your winners. The team of Black, John Cena, and John.
It came not from a royal court or a European bishop, but from across a vast ocean, carried in the weathered hands of a missionary returning from the edge of the known world. The letter was wrapped in deerskin, its ink made from crushed berries and ash. The signature was not in Latin or Italian, but the bold and steady hand of a man called Chief Top Leaf. He was a leader of his people, somewhere deep in the forests of the northern continent, a land the Europeans called the New World.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the bloodline only has one mode: total destruction. Doesn't matter who you are, you will come to respect the bloodline.
It's a savage approach, but the bloodline has certainly become one of the most feared factions we've ever seen. And this is going to be a great match, guys, and North Charleston is absolutely electric in anticipation of this one. There are a lot of there's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Black might have brought this to a close. Going for the cover. Solo shoulders it in.
And it's over. Big tag team win there.
Here are your winners. The team of Alistair Black, John Cena.
For one thing in return, a letter back. But there is no record of any reply. The letter was catalogued and sealed in a drawer marked unverified. Later archivists whispered that it had been removed altogether during a quiet reshuffling of the Vatican's collection on colonial affairs. Officially, the letter does not exist, and yet fragments of it remain. A Vatican researcher who defected in the early 1970s.
The bell rings, and the bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That Pac-Man. There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Does that close it out for Black? Here we go. He thinks this is it.
Big time win in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The team of Alistair Black, John Cena, and Javon
There may still be a drawer in the apostolic archive where the chief's letter lies, buried under centuries of dust and unread paper. It may never be opened again, but in the silence of that missing reply lives a story, a question, and a wound too sacred to forget. And so the letter waits, in a city of stone and secrets, written by a man the Church was not prepared to hear. In a quiet wing of the Vatican's Apostolic Archive, behind shelves of forgotten correspondence and brittle parchment, lies a box marked with a simple word in faded ink.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the bloodline only has one motive: total destruction. Doesn't matter who you are, you will.
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. Dig Black just put an end to this. Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
Here are your winners.
These are the and they tell a story the Vatican never intended to share. The earliest of these documents date back to the 16th century, created by Jesuit missionaries who traveled deep into the forbidden heart of China, Korea, and Tibet. Men like Matteo Ricci, who learned Mandarin, wore local robes, and earned the trust of emperors. But Ricci did more than preach. He mapped. He drew what he saw. He recorded what local monks whispered.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. The lights are out for Sokoa. Going for the cover. Shoulders are down.
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
No scholar has ever confirmed its location. Some believe it marks the site of a secret monastery, said to hold ancient knowledge. Others suspect it was pure imagination, though the style matches other verified Jesuit charts. There is another document.
The bloodline is in.
A chart smuggled from Japan during the era of Christian persecution. It outlines a tunnel system beneath a burned village. At the end of the tunnel is drawn a symbol, not a cross, but a spiral enclosed in flame. The Vatican archivist who first catalogued it, marked it non-theological, and stored it without comment. Why were these maps hidden? Perhaps because they contradicted the carefully kept boundaries of church history.
The bell rings. The
These
bloodline will
maps
surely be
suggested
looking
that
to
the
run
world the
roughshod in
church
this
sought to
match.
convert
That pack
was already
mentality in
mapped,
full force.
understood, and in some ways spiritually
Effective
rooted in ways unfamiliar to all.
There's a kick and
No city
bloodbath.
no
Lights out.
medicine, church,
That's going to keep Sokoa down.
temple, where monks preserved books
Going for the cover.
Genesis.
Shoulders are
Most
down.
unsettling of all, there are stories that resemble the Gospels, told by
They
Christ.
score the win. What a tag match.
Not all knowledge the Vatican learned could be controlled, so they gathered what they could, preserved it, sealed it. The hidden maps of Asia may never be shown to the public, but in their silence, they speak. They whisper of mountains never climbed, stories never translated, and journeys that led not to conversion, but to questions the Church was not ready to answer. And somewhere beneath the stone corridors of the Vatican, those questions still wait. In the late 1500s, long before most of Europe understood China beyond rumor,
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold. There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out.
That could put Solo down for good.
Going for the cover. Shoulders are down.
he had come to understand. The Jesuits,
There's a win.
believed knowledge was power, and Ricci brought with him not just scriptures, but maps, clocks, star charts, and mirrors, things the Chinese elite had never seen before. He dressed as they dressed. He studied their customs. He spoke their language so fluently that, over time, he was invited to the Forbidden City, where no foreigner had ever stepped. But Ricci did more than learn. He taught. He introduced Western astronomy, shared European mathematics, and gifted a map of the world so detailed it stunned the emperor's scholars. Yet there was a cost to this respect. In private, Ricci wrote of ancient scrolls he had seen, texts locked away in monasteries that told stories older than Moses. One scroll, he claimed, described a flood and a great boat that landed upon a mountain. But the names were different, the language was different, and the church back in Rome might not approve. Another Jesuit, Father Johann Adam Scharl, would rise even higher. By the mid-1600s, he held the title of Director of the Imperial Observatory in Beijing, a foreign priest, frosted with predictable eclipses and aligning the emperor's sacred calendar. Secrets came with that trust. It is said that Shah kept a private diary, and in it mentioned a library buried beneath a temple, where monks guarded books so old they had no covers. Books that spoke of stars falling to earth and gods walking among men, written in a language no one could fully read. When that diary reached the Vatican, it vanished into the Apostolic Archive, where it remains to this day. Not all Jesuits in China were so fortunate. Some were arrested, others simply vanished. One, Father Bento de Gois, sought a rumored Christian kingdom hidden beyond the Himalayas. He found something. But by the time his message reached the coast, he was already dead. The note he left was vague, too vague. They speak of light, but not the same light. That was all it said. Back in Rome, these reports caused unease, not because they failed, but because they succeeded too well. Jesuits returning from China brought more than converts. They brought questions about truth, about history, about whether the gospel was the first word or merely one of many. So the Vatican tightened its grip. Some missions were quietly shut down. Others were absorbed into local churches. And the deeper knowledge, the strange scrolls, the unknown names, were labeled as cultural curiosity and filed away. But in the silence of the archives, those stories still wait, patient and undisturbed, just like the faith that carried them across oceans, only to be buried once more. In the vast white silence of Antarctica, where the wind cuts like a blade and the snow never forgets, there are few signs of human hands. But buried beneath layers of ice, in a region no map dares to name, a mystery stirs. One tied not to explorers or scientists, but to the Vatican itself. It began with a Russian expedition in the early 1950s. Officially, they were surveying geological patterns beneath the South Pole. Unofficially, one of their helicopters made an unscheduled landing near a jagged ridge of rock, where strange ruins jutted up from the snow like broken teeth. The pilot's log, recovered years later, contained a single line that froze even the most skeptical minds. There is a cross, but no one carved it. Photographs were taken, but never released. Some say the images made their way into the hands of a Jesuit advisor stationed in Argentina at the time. Within weeks, Vatican representatives were spotted boarding a military transport headed south, their mission classified, their presence undocumented. What they found was not a modern structure, nor one made of ice. It was stone, black, volcanic, heavy with salt and time, built in the shape of a chapel, with arches older than any Christian church. Inside, according to whispered reports, were symbols not of Christ, but of a fish-like figure, carved with halos and surrounded by stars. A creature more ancient than the Gospels, but curiously reverent. One account, smuggled in a handwritten letter decades later, described a sealed chamber within the structure. Inside, monks found bones wrapped in silk, but the bones were rotten, too long in the arm. No jaw. Beside them, a metal disc inscribed in Latin and another language, one that still cannot be translated. The Vatican never confirmed the expedition, but several researchers who sought to verify the site were suddenly reassigned, their papers locked under orders from the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith. One priest, Father Luis Bertoli, tried to speak out. He claimed that what lay beneath the ice was not demonic, nor divine, but something the Church had no name for. He died in a fire before his manuscript was published. And then the silence returned. Antarctica's winds buried the ruins again, and satellite images from that region began to show nothing but blank white. To this day, no official nation claims the Church stands there. But Vatican supply records show a curious shipment in the year 1972. Tents, heaters, communion vessels, and a chalice carved from obsidian. Was it for worship or containment? The snow never speaks. But sometimes, in the cold, when all machines are turned off, the wind carries more than air. Some say they've heard a bell, deep, distant, and old. The Vatican will not answer questions about it, but in the archives, under a file marked Nulla ad Memoriam, The coordinates remain, waiting. In the quiet corners of the Vatican's shadowed history, few names echo quite like that of Father Malachi Martin. To some, he was a scholar, to others, a traitor. But to those who truly listened to his voice on late-night radio or read his warnings buried in thick books, he was something else entirely, a whisperer of forbidden truths. Born in Ireland in the year 1921, Malachi Martin rose quickly within the Jesuit order. He was brilliant, multilingual, and fiercely loyal. At first, he worked closely with Cardinal Bay, one of the most influential advisors during the Second Vatican Council. By the early 1960s, Martin had access to the highest rooms of the Church, including the very chambers where decisions were made about doctrine, secrecy, and diplomacy. But then something changed. He left Rome quietly, requesting a release from his vows of obedience. Some say it was over conscience. Others suggest it was fear. He relocated, began writing novels, essays, and interviews, always hinting, never quite revealing, the full scope of what he knew. He spoke of secret rites, of infiltration within the Church, of battles not just between politics and power, but between good and evil. One of his books, titled Hostage to the Devil, chronicled real exorcisms he claimed to have studied firsthand. The details were haunting, voices that came from nowhere, objects that moved without touch, and priests who aged visibly after the rituals. Yet, deeper still, buried between the lines, was something far more dangerous. Martin suggested that the Vatican had been compromised by forces it could not control, and perhaps did not want to. In a radio interview in the late 1990s, his voice trembled slightly when asked if the devil had ever entered the highest offices of the Vatican. He paused, then said, "Yes, he has walked the halls." The twist came in the summer of 1999. Martin fell in his New York apartment. He struck his head and never recovered. Some said it was an accident. Others noted he had recently hinted at releasing documents, papers he had apparently sealed in a box, marked only with the letter Q. Those papers were never found. A nurse who tended to him during his final days claimed he woke one night screaming in Latin, clutching the sheets, eyes wide with terror. His last words, she said, were not about peace or forgiveness, but a warning. The smoke, it is already inside. To this day, Malachi Martin's death is not officially questioned, but his legacy lingers like a shadow behind the marble walls of the Vatican. Somewhere between scholar and prophet, he stood at the edge of secrets too deep for most to speak aloud. And perhaps, just perhaps, he said too much. He was known only by his title, Father Benedetto, a quiet man who rarely smiled, but whose eyes held the weariness of someone who had seen far more than he should have. For years, Father Benedetto served as one of the Vatican's most trusted exorcists. He did not seek attention, nor did he write books or give interviews. He worked in silence, guided by faith and often by fear. The Vatican's records show that he was last assigned to a difficult case in a remote part of southern Italy. A convent had reported strange occurrences, whispers at night, nuns speaking in voices not their own, walls that bled oil during prayers. Father Benedetto arrived quickly. What happened afterward is where the story bends into mystery. The official record simply ends. One final report notes that he entered the convent on Sunday, alone, with only a black bag and a small wooden box. After that, there is silence, no return, no contact, no explanation. At first, the Vatican called it a disappearance. Then, after 3 weeks of searching and prayer, they quietly closed the case. The convent, too, was shuttered. The building was later sold to a private buyer and remains locked to this day. The villagers, when asked, shake their heads and cross themselves. He opened a door, one man said, and something walked through. But there is more. A former Vatican archivist, an old man named Luca, came forward years later. In a taped interview, he revealed that the case was not just another possession, but something ancient, something tied to a scroll buried deep within the apostolic archive. The scroll, Luca claimed, described a ritual banned by the early church, for summoning not demons, but lost voices, souls caught between worlds. Father Benedetto, he said, had requested access to the scroll days before his disappearance. Even more unsettling is a note found in his room, scribbled in Latin on a torn piece of parchment. It read, "If I do not return, do not follow. The voice speaks my name now, and it knows yours too." Some believe Father Benedetto vanished into madness. Others believe he found something in that convent, something too old and too powerful to contain. A secret the Vatican has buried, like so many others, beneath layers of silence. In the years that followed, no new priest was assigned to that region. The records remain sealed. And deep within the Vatican, behind a locked door marked only with the symbol of a black sun, lies a file with no name, just a date and a single phrase written in trembling ink. Lost during service, case unresolved. Not all who walk into the darkness return. Some become part of the very mystery they sought to defeat. And in the quiet halls of the Vatican, where secrets sleep beside saints, the story of Father Benedetto remains one of the most whispered and feared. He was known simply as Paolo, a trusted butler to the Pope, dressed always in black, moving like a shadow through the stone corridors of the Apostolic Palace. For 7 years, he stood beside one of the most powerful men on earth, pouring coffee, setting robes, arranging papers, and, as the Vatican would later learn, copying secrets. In the year 2012, the Vatican was shaken by a quiet storm that did not begin with a murder or a theft, but with a whisper. Documents, private letters, financial records, memos stamped with crimson wax, began to leak into the hands of an Italian journalist. These papers spoke of power struggles, of financial misdeeds, of internal warnings ignored. They were not meant for the world's eyes. The source was found not in some dark corner of the world, but in the Pope's own home. Paolo Gabriele, the trusted butler, had been secretly removing documents and copying them at night, hiding them inside books and behind picture frames. He was not a trained spy, nor a man seeking riches. When he was arrested, he simply said, "I saw evil, and I could not stay silent." But what he saw, that remains the greater mystery. During the investigation, more than 100 confidential files were recovered from Paolo's small Vatican apartment. Some revealed embarrassing details about corruption and infighting. Others were stranger, like a letter describing a silent coup within the church, or a request to remove a cardinal believed to have ties to an unnamed society. One document stood out, a list of meetings between unnamed clergy and foreign intelligence agents. Another reference to sealed vault in the Vatican Bank, marked with a symbol that matched no known Vatican. When asked if he had shared those records too, Paolo hesitated. Some things, he said, were never able to reveal. After his trial, Paolo was sentenced to 18 months in a Vatican jail. He was the only prisoner in a stone cell, meant to hold no one. Guards said he spent his nights reading, mostly in silence, sometimes weeping. The Pope later pardoned him. Paolo left the Vatican quietly and was never seen again in public. Some believe he returned to civilian life. Others believe he was placed somewhere deep within the church, not as punishment, but as protection. What was Paolo truly trying to expose? Were the leaks he gave to the press only a portion of the story, or a distraction from something darker? The Vatican never commented on the full contents of the recovered documents. The journalist who published them later said, "What I received was only the surface." Paolo hinted at a second envelope, a final set of papers, but they never came. And so, within the stone halls of the Vatican, one of the quietest portrayals of church history remains unfinished, not because the truth was never found, but because it was never fully told. In the year 1505, a Dominican friar named Giordano Bruno stood at the center of the field of flowers in Rome. His hands were bound. A wooden stake rose behind him. The crowd that gathered was silent, not because they feared the fire, but because they feared the idea that brought him there. Bruno's crime was not murder, nor theft. It was thought. He believed that the stars above were suns like our own, and that there could be other worlds beyond our own. places with life, maybe even places with souls. In today's world, these ideas fill science books, but in Bruno's time, they challenged the very center of church authority. The Vatican, holding to the teachings of the earth as God's singular creation, would not allow such words to spread. In Bruno's trial, it was said he refused to recant his ideas, even when offered freedom. His final reply was simple: "Perhaps you fear in passing judgment on me more than I fear receiving." The fire burned hot that day, and when it was done, the air was still. The Vatican closed the book on Bruno, but the story of his death was only the beginning. 200 years later, in the early 1800s, Vatican officials quietly began re-examining the transcripts from those old trials, not just Bruno's, but dozens of others. Men and women whose only crime was believing something different, something outside the lines of official doctrine. The records revealed something haunting. In many cases, the charges were not heresy, but control, a way to silence a voice before it found ears willing to listen. One such case was of Sister Benedetta Carlini, a 17th century nun who claimed visions of Christ, but also love for another woman in her convent. The Vatican declared her possessed, her writings sinful. She was locked away for over 30 years. Her visions, once praised as divine, were erased from church memory, until fragments of her journals were found in a sealed archive in the year 1978. Perhaps the most chilling pattern is this: some of the very ideas for which these souls were condemned were later accepted by the church itself, not all at once, not publicly, but slowly, in whispered changes, private studies, and quiet nods behind closed doors. The Vatican has since acknowledged certain errors in past trials, calling them acts of their time, but the truth is heavier. These were not accidents, these were decisions that ended lives. In the silent halls of the Apostolic Archive, pages still rest in boxes labeled with numbers, not names. Each one a voice that once challenged the silence. Each one a story of belief punished not by the world, but by the guardians of faith itself. And so the question lingers: how many truths were buried beneath flames, only to rise again centuries later, speaking softly from the ashes? In the spring of 1962, deep beneath the golden floors of St. Peter's Basilica, workers repairing an old drainage line stumbled upon something not listed in any official plans. Behind a cracked section of ancient stone, hidden beneath layers of dust and forgotten mortar, was a small chamber. At first, it looked like an old storeroom, but at the center of it, surrounded by broken crates and rusted cowls bottles, lay a body. The man was dressed in the robes of a high-ranking cleric. His garments were fine, but aged beyond recognition. The fabric clung to bone. The hands were crossed neatly over the chest. A silver ring, too worn to read, rested on one finger. There was no name, no record, no explanation. Vatican officials quickly sealed the area. The workers were dismissed, and the story was silenced. But whispers began to surface, quietly, among archivists and guards. A rumor, nothing more, that the man buried beneath the altar had not died centuries ago, that his death was far more recent than anyone dared admit. When examined in secret, the body showed no signs of mummification. The decay was too fresh. Less than 2 decades, said one scientist, who was later reassigned without warning. The bones, though fragile, were intact. No injuries, no illness, no cause of death. What raised my question?
What a tag match!
Tucked inside his robes was a folded sheet of parchment. Faded, torn at the edges, but still. It contained a series of Latin phrases, strange ones not found in any liturgy, a personal confession, a spell, a warning, and then a seal, stamped in wax, unbroken, not of the papal office, but of the Jesuit superior general. Why would the head of the Society of Jesus be connected to a dead man buried in secret beneath the holiest ground in Christendom? The Vatican has never publicly commented on the finding. When asked by a German journalist years later, one cardinal smiled softly and said, "There are things beneath St. Peter's that belong to time, not to man." To this day, the identity of the body remains unknown. Some believe he was a rogue priest, silenced for what he knew. Others say he was a protector, buried in secret to guard something older than the church itself. A few even whisper he never truly died, and that the body was only part of him, the rest hidden away by those who feared the end would come. But among the many mysteries of the Vatican, this one stands alone. No name, no family, no funeral. The body they never claimed, a secret they never explained, and a silence that still stretches beneath the stone. In the heart of the Vatican, where sunlight filters through stained glass and the weight of centuries presses against every stone, there is a chamber few have ever seen. It is not marked on any public tour. It does not appear in the Vatican's floor plans, and it is not spoken of by name. To those who guard it, it is simply known as the hidden altar. It lies beneath the Apostolic Palace, behind a door with no keyhole, sealed with a lock so old its design has long been forgotten. Only one person at a time is ever granted entrance, the Pope himself. Not even the College of Cardinals knows what happens inside. Tradition holds that every new Pope is led there on his first night, escorted only by the Chamberlain and the Keeper of the Keys. The altar is carved with black marble, veined with gold that seems to shimmer in the candlelight, even when no flames are lit. On its surface are symbols no scholar has ever fully translated. Some say they predate Christianity. Others whisper they were carved during the time of Emperor Constantine, meant to seal a pact that was never meant to be broken. One pope, many years ago, refused to go inside. Pope Leo XII, a man of strong mind and firm belief, reportedly turned pale when brought to the threshold. He stepped back, uttered a single word, "Non sum dignus," "I am not worthy," and left. By morning, he had taken ill. Within 3 days, he was dead. After that, no pope refused. It is said that what lies within the chamber is not just a relic, but a memory. That when a pope places his hand upon the altar, he sees visions. Some claim it shows the future. Others believe it shows the past, not as history has recorded it, but as it truly was. In 1972, a visiting diplomat from South America was accidentally led too far through the corridors beneath the Apostolic Palace. He claimed to have glimpsed the chamber through an open doorway. What he described has since been dismissed by officials, but his account was chilling. He said there were no lights, only a hum in the walls, like something breathing. The altar itself, he said, was not resting on the floor, but floating slightly above it. The Vatican denied such a room existed. The diplomat was quietly recalled, and his written report was buried. But in the archives, under restricted classification, there is a note scribbled in the margin of a confidential file. The altar is not a place of prayer, it is a witness. What does it witness, and why must it be seen alone? Only the popes know the answer, and not one has ever spoken of what he saw. Not in letters, not in confession, not even on his deathbed. Some secrets, it seems, are meant to be carried to the grave and guarded by stone. In the vast marble halls of the Vatican, there are patterns that most visitors never notice. Beneath the polished shine of the floors, past the tourists and whispers of prayers, lies a language not spoken, but laid out in stone. These are not accidents of design, nor mere decorations. They are symbols, placed with purpose, stitched into the very fabric of the church's heart. It began with a cleaning woman, an older nun with a quiet manner and careful eyes. Her name was Sister Elizabeth. For nearly 30 years, she mopped the same corridor near the papal library, her footsteps echoing softly through the silence. But one winter evening, just as the sun cast long gold shadows through the windows, she noticed something strange. A pattern, shaped like an eye, seemed to shimmer across the floor. She had passed it every day, but in that light, it appeared alive. The symbol vanished when the sun moved. Curious, she returned the next day at the same time. The eye appeared again, formed by shadows cast through the window grills, but only if you stood at one precise spot. The design was too perfect to be a coincidence. Sister Elisabetta told no one, but she began to explore. She started tracing the symbols beneath her feet, crosses without Christ, circles wrapped in thorns, stars with uneven points, triangles within spirals. Some were ancient Christian signs. Others, she realized, did not belong to any known faith. She kept a notebook hidden in the folds of her habit. Over time, she filled it with drawings, each matched with the location and time of day when the symbols revealed their secrets. She began to suspect that the Vatican was built with a message, one that could only be read from the ground up. In her notes, she wrote of the gallery of maps, where the floor tiles near Sicily formed a serpent's shape. In the Sistine Chapel, beneath Michelangelo's ceiling, she found a single tile misaligned, pointing east instead of west. And in the center of St. Peter's Basilica, just beneath the dome, a pattern of stones circled a darker, older slab, one that was not listed in any restoration records. She brought her findings to a Jesuit scholar she trusted. At first, he dismissed it as superstition, but when he saw her drawings, his face changed. He showed her a book from the secret archive, a forbidden architectural guide from the early 16th century. The floor plan was marked with the same symbols. It had been written for the master builders, for someone else whose name had been scratched out. Within a year, Sister Elisabetta was reassigned to a convent in the countryside. A notebook was never found. Some say the patterns are a code, a kind of map to knowledge the Vatican has long protected. Others believe they are warnings. Either way, one truth remains. The Vatican does not just keep secrets in its vaults. Some are hidden beneath our very feet, waiting for the right eyes to see. In the heart of the Vatican, where sunlight dances through stained glass and marble whispers the weight of centuries, there stands a dome unlike any other in the world. Visitors come from every corner of the globe to look up at its beauty, but few notice the strangest thing of all. Beneath this dome, your voice does not echo. It is not an accident. Architects and engineers have studied it, whispered theories in lecture halls and scrawled equations in their journals. Some believe it was built with sacred geometry in mind, designed to swallow sound. But others, the ones who have walked the Vatican's quieter corridors, believe the answer lies in something much older than design and far more secret. In the early 1900s, a French acoustician named Claude Bourg was invited to the Vatican under the pretense of studying its music halls, but he became obsessed with the dome's silence. He clapped his hands beneath it, spoke aloud, even shouted, and still no echo came. The sound would rise up and disappear. He requested access to the original blueprints. Permission was quietly denied. According to an unpublished journal found in his estate years later, Bourdon believed that the dome had been built to silence not just sound, but truth. He claimed to have found references in Latin texts to a dome of perfect hush, a place where no word may return to the speaker. In one passage, he noted the phrase, vocis nullae reditus, no return of voice, written beside a sketch of a circular ceiling, surrounded by weeping angels. Some say Bourdon discovered something he was not meant to find. Others believe he saw what he wanted to see. But one curious event followed shortly after. Bourdon returned to France and never spoke publicly of the dome again. He died in 1932, found in his study, pen still in hand, with a single sentence written on the page before him. They built it to listen. For centuries, Vatican officials have used the space beneath the dome for private meetings. Cardinals have gathered there in silence. Newly elected popes have stood beneath it alone. And it is said that once, only once, a priest heard a voice beneath that dome. It did not come from any man nearby. It whispered from above and said only his name. That priest left the Vatican the next day. Is it merely clever architecture, a trick of stone and curve? Or was the dome designed for something else, to muffle the cries of conscience, or perhaps to channel the voices no one else should hear? We may never know for sure, but next time you find yourself in St. Peter's Basilica, stand beneath the great dome, speak a word, Listen for its return. And when none comes back, ask yourself, where did it go? At the center of St. Peter's Square, where millions gather beneath the Vatican's gaze, stands a tall, silent witness to time. It is not Christian. It was not carved for the church. And yet, it holds a place of honor in the heart of the Vatican. The obelisk, rising over 100 feet into the sky, was born not in Rome but in ancient Egypt, pulled from the sands of Heliopolis more than 2,000 years ago. Pharaohs once stood before it. Priests once read the movement of the heavens by its shadow. But here, in St. Peter's Square, that shadow still moves. Some believe it points to truths that were never meant to be seen. In the year 1586, under the orders of Pope Sixtus V, the obelisk was hauled upright in the square, a feat of engineering that nearly cost men their lives. But what mattered most to the Pope was not the monument's height. It was its position. Records show he consulted secret star charts and sought the advice of a reclusive monk who claimed to have deciphered hidden patterns in the book of Genesis. The monk vanished soon after. The obelisk was placed so precisely that twice a year, its shadow cuts across the square in a straight line, one that aligns perfectly with the entrance to the Vatican's apostolic palace. On those days, the shadow touches a particular stone embedded in the square's paving, a stone with no inscription, no markings, and no official record. Vatican tour guides are told not to mention it. Some believe it marks a crypt beneath the square, sealed before the time of Constantine. Others whisper that it is tied to a prophecy, that when the shadow reaches the stone under a certain alignment of stars, a door will open beneath the basilica, a door not meant for the living. There are older theories still, written in private journals and hidden in the margins of books kept in the Vatican secret archives. One suggests the obelisk is not a monument at all, but a celestial key. Another claims it was placed to suppress something buried beneath it, a force drawn by sunlight and released by shadow. In the late 1970s, a Jesuit astronomer was granted special permission to study the obelisk's path using satellite imaging. His report, now sealed, mentioned mathematical consistency beyond human design. 2 weeks after its submission, he resigned suddenly and left Rome. No reason was ever given. The Vatican says the obelisk is simply a symbol of continuity, a link between past and present. But for those who stand quietly in the square at dawn or dusk, watching the long shadow reach for that nameless stone, the truth may feel closer and more unsettling than they imagine. Perhaps the obelisk does not speak, but its shadow whispers, and the Vatican listens. There are 4 official doors that lead into St. Peter's Basilica. Each one is tall, grand, carved with scenes of saints, martyrs, and divine triumph. Millions of pilgrims have walked through them, and each has its own name and purpose. But deep within the stone walls of the Vatican, beneath the frescoes and candlelight, there is said to be another door, one that is never opened, one that is not marked on any map. They call it the 5th door. Few outside the inner circle of Vatican historians have even heard of it. Yet those who have speak of it with hushed voices, as if even saying its name too loudly might stir something best left asleep. The door is said to rest behind the chapel of the choir, behind the false wall near the old treasury vaults. There are no visible handles, no lock, just polished stone, seamless and silent, set into a darker arch than the rest. In the year 1938, a young Swiss guard named Paolo Bernaschi reportedly stumbled upon the door during a late-night patrol. According to a forgotten diary later found among his belongings, he pressed his hand to the stone. What happened next is unclear, but the last entry he ever wrote simply read, "It felt warm." He was gone by morning. His armor was found folded neatly at his post, but no trace of him was ever recovered. The Vatican denied his disappearance had anything to do with the interior of the basilica, suggesting he had fled his duties. Yet his family, devout Catholics from the Northern Alps, insisted he had been proud of his service and had even written excitedly about a great mystery he hoped to one day share. Decades later, in 1984, during restoration work on the basilica, a A team of stoneworkers reported hearing music from behind the wall where the fifth door is believed to be. The music did not echo through the chambers as normal sounds would. Instead, it seemed to hum low and steady, like chanting sung from beneath the earth. When they reported it to the Vatican engineers, they were dismissed and reassigned. But here is where the mystery deepens. In a hidden corner of the Vatican secret archives, buried within the personal files of a long-dead cardinal, rests a folder titled Janua Quinta, Latin for fifth door. Inside are sketches of a doorway surrounded by ancient symbols and notes written in a shaky hand that mention the gate between time and an echo chamber for prayers, never spoken aloud. What exactly lies behind the fifth door remains unknown. Some believe it leads to an ancient crypt older than the basilica itself. Others think it is symbolic, not physical, a metaphysical idea locked within the heart of the church. But whatever it is, the door remains untouched, unopened, and unspoken. At least, officially. It is often said that the Pope rules the Vatican with divine guidance and a shepherd's heart. His decisions are public, his homilies broadcast, and his every move carefully watched. But what most do not see, what lies deep within the folds of Vatican secrecy, is the quiet presence of a council far more powerful than the world realizes. It is known only by whispers, the Pope's Shadow Council. Unlike the College of Cardinals, this group has no official title, no public records, and no ceremonial robes. They do not gather in broad daylight under the painted ceilings of the Apostolic Palace. Instead, their meetings take place behind locked doors, deep within the Apostolic Palace's lesser-known chambers, some so old they predate the Renaissance. Their purpose, as believed by Vatican historians, is not to guide spiritual doctrine, but to shape political influence, manage internal crises, and guard the Church's most sensitive secrets. Some say they have the power to veto papal decisions. Others insist they act only when the Church itself is threatened, not from without, but from within. In the late 1970s, a former bishop who had served within the Roman Curia described a small circle of figures who never spoke aloud, but whose signatures appeared on internal documents that were never meant for public eyes. He did not name them, only calling them the quiet architects of stability. What shocked many was not the idea that the Vatican had a secret group. It was the identity of one suspected member, a wealthy layman, not even a priest. He was a financier with deep ties to international banking and had never taken vows, yet he moved through the corridors of Vatican power as freely as any cardinal. This layman's presence within such a sacred and secret circle hinted at something troubling, a shift away from purely spiritual leadership and toward hidden influence from outside interests. He disappeared from public life in 1982, just weeks before the body of a Vatican banker was found hanging beneath a London bridge. The Vatican called it suicide. The British press called it a cover-up. Years later, in the early 2000s, legal emails between high-ranking Vatican officials mentioned something strange, a midnight meeting of the 12, scheduled after a papal address. 12, not 13. Pope was not present. And here lies the most unnerving mystery. If the Pope is not leading this meeting, who is? Is the Shadow Council a relic of older, darker times, still clinging to power? Or is it the hidden hand that steadies the Church when the rest of the world is watching the wrong door? What is certain is this: decisions that change the course of Church history may not be made in the light of St. Peter's Basilica, but in a candle-lit room behind the veil. And in that room, voices speak not in Latin, but in silence. In the summer of 1990, a soft-spoken bishop named Carlo Montesi stepped off a train at Rome's Termini station. He had just returned from a long visit to Argentina, where he had been quietly investigating financial ties between church missions and European banks. What happened next remains one of the Vatican's most carefully avoided subjects. Bishop Montesi never made it to the Vatican. He vanished that evening, leaving behind only a suitcase, a half-written letter addressed to a cardinal inside the Curia. The letter never reached its destination. It was later found, unopened, in a Vatican storage room, almost a decade later. The contents of that letter were cryptic, but one line stood out. They know I found it, and I cannot keep it hidden. For years, the Vatican called Montesi's case a personal matter. Some said he simply chose to leave the church. Others hinted at illness or spiritual crisis. But those closest to him said none of that made sense. He was calm, devout, and deeply dedicated to his work. He had no known enemies. His disappearance left behind only silence and a growing web of speculation. Among those most interested in Montesi's case was a journalist from Florence named Elisa Moretti. In 2003, she began a quiet investigation of her own. What she found startled even the most seasoned observers of church history. Montesi had been in possession of records, receipts, letters, and a strange map of coded bank routes, all pointing to what he called a financial sanctuary operating between 3 continents. The Vatican Bank had long been under scrutiny, but Montesi's findings hinted at something even deeper, a global web of secret accounts, hidden beneath layers of religious missions and charities. But it was not just the money that concerned Montesi. In one audio recording, which Moretti uncovered through a retired archivist, he spoke of spiritual danger. He used the words false guidance and dark generosity. What that meant was never fully explained, but the tone in his voice was one of deep fear. Then, just as Moretti was preparing to publish her findings, her apartment in Rome was broken into. Strangely, nothing of value was taken, except her notes, interview tapes, and Montesi's letter. She told her editor she would continue the story. 2 months later, she left the country. She has not published anything since. Years later, in the quiet of the Vatican Apostolic Library, a file marked Montesi, restricted, was found misfiled in a stack of unrelated documents. The file was empty. There are whispers that Montesi never left Rome, that he was hidden away, perhaps even protected by those who feared what he knew. Others believe he paid the price for crossing lines too sacred or too dangerous to expose. But perhaps the most chilling part is this. No one in the Vatican has ever officially closed the case. Because sometimes secrets do not end. They simply disappear with the person who carries them. In the year 1957, a quiet monk arrived at the Vatican from a small monastery in the hills of northern Spain. His name was Brother Avellino, and he spoke little, kept to himself, and carried no papers. There was no letter of recommendation, no baptismal records, no date of ordination. Yet the Vatican welcomed him without question. He was given a room in the oldest wing of the Apostolic Palace and assigned to the archives. There, he spent his days deep within the sealed chambers, reading, sorting, and copying ancient texts by hand. The other clerics called him the Ghost, not just because of his silence, but because no one ever saw him come or go. He was always simply there. Years passed. Brother Avellino never aged, or so it seemed. His hair remained the same color. His movements never slowed. By 1971, a young Jesuit named Paolo noticed that something felt wrong. He had been tasked with working beside Avellino for a few months, helping to restore some old parchment scrolls from Alexandria. Paolo, curious and eager, began asking questions. Where had Brother Avellino studied? Who had taught him to read the rare Syriac texts so fluently? The monk only smiled and said, "The walls have taught me." Late one evening, Paolo followed Avellino after hours, expecting to see him return to his chamber. But instead, the monk slipped into a forbidden wing of the archives, a section locked to all of the highest-ranking cardinals. Paolo waited. Hours passed. Then, just before dawn, Brother Avellino emerged, holding nothing, his hands folded in prayer. The next morning, Paolo reported the incident, but he was told that no such person existed. Brother Avellino's name was not listed in any current Vatican assignment. His room was empty. His robe was gone. Even his handwriting, beautiful, looping Latin script, had vanished from the copied pages. The only trace left behind was a sealed envelope on Paolo's desk, Inside was a single sentence written in red ink. Truth is a weight not every soul is meant to carry. Years later, Paolo, now a priest himself, would often tell the story in whispers. Some believed Brother Avellino was a fraud. Others believed he was something else entirely, a guardian of knowledge the Vatican never wanted revealed. One old cardinal, near the end of his life, said he had once heard the name Avellino, spoken in connection with a 13th century order of monks who vanished during the Inquisition. According to legend, they had taken a vow not only of silence, but of invisibility, to serve the church without ever being remembered by it. To this day, no birth, baptism, or death record for Brother Avellino has ever been found. Yet in the quietest corners of the Vatican, where ancient dust never settles, some say you can still hear the soft turn of parchment pages, guided by hands that no one sees. In the oldest hallway of the Vatican, where the marble has been worn smooth by centuries of
Are you kidding? Shoes that back in the slot.
It stands alone.
Here is your winner.
At the end of the frame is iron, cold to the touch, even in the heat of summer. The door itself is made of dark oak, almost black, with carvings so old they are nearly erased by time. No sign hangs above it. No handle or keyhole marks its surface. And yet, those who pass it swear they feel something waiting. They call it the waiting door. Few know its true name, and fewer still know its story. But in the year 1929, a Vatican librarian named Matteo began keeping notes on it. He was not a priest, only a servant of knowledge, but he had a curious mind. Every night, after the basilica fell silent and the tourists disappeared, he would pass the strange door on his way to the archive. And each night, he wrote in his journal the same thing. The door is unchanged, yet I feel watched. By the third week, Matteo noticed something new. Faint whispers just behind the door, not in Latin, not in Italian, but something old. A tongue he couldn't place, as if the stones themselves were remembering. He told no one. But one evening, before to colleague, a young scholar named Lucia, to hear for herself. They waited in silence for nearly an hour. All went offered nothing but stillness. Then, low vibration began. Not loud, but deep, felt more than the bubble of years. And then, the door moved. Not open. Just a shift, like something on the other side had leaned against it. Lucia ran. Matteo stayed. The next morning, he was gone. His journal was left behind on a wooden bench. The final entry, written in a trembling hand, read, "The door knows I see it. I think it is waiting for me to open it." The Vatican sealed the hallway days later, officially with restoration. But Lucia never forgot. She became a nun, a teacher, and she never set foot inside the Vatican again. Decades later, when she lay on her deathbed in a small convent outside Rome, she whispered to a visiting priest, it was not just a door, it was an invitation. No one has opened the waiting door, not in living memory, but it remains, unmarked, untouched, still cold, still watching. The Vatican denies its importance. They say it is just a relic of old architecture, a door that needs to be removed. But for those who still work the night shifts in the ancient halls, there is an unspoken rule, never linger near it after dark. Because some doors do not open out, they open in, and some are not waiting to be opened, but to open themselves. In the deepest vaults beneath the Apostolic Palace, hidden even from most cardinals, there is a chamber with no name. Few have ever entered it, and fewer still return unchanged. Its walls are lined not with books, but with silence, the kind that seems to press against your chest and whisper warnings to your soul. This is where the Vatican keeps the things that are not to be studied or debated. These are not simply old relics or forgotten scrolls. These are truths too dangerous to speak aloud. The story begins in the year 1938, when a Jesuit priest named Father Antonio Vieri was granted access to a sealed crate unearthed during excavations near the Sea of Galilee. The crate was not
Swinging the elbow
but
to
it bore
hold the
a wooden
offense.
seal identical to one found near Vatican times. A symbol not used since the year
Superstars countering
1712.
one move after
Inside the
another.
crate, beneath layers of decayed linen, was a scroll written in Aramaic, preserved far too well for its supposed age. The scroll told of
Jada Parker taunting her down
not a
opponent.
king,
Here it
but a
comes.
man who had lived before the flood. His name was written on
Stamp on this one.
and it was smeared.
I think that's it. That must be it.
The scroll claimed this man.
It's over.
Not just
Parker
across
takes it.
continents, but across eras, here in places before they existed.
Here is your winner,
Babel,
Jada.
man spoke in riddles. He wore no sandals, and wherever he went, he left behind one word scratched into stone: witness. Father Vieri spent the next 7 years trying to understand the scroll's origin, but the more he studied it, the more troubled he became. He believed the scroll hinted at a power the church had long denied, that time itself might not be a line, but a circle, and that someone had walked it again and again. Then, in the spring of 1945, he vanished. The Vatican said he had been reassigned, but his letters stopped. His belongings were boxed up, sealed, and placed not in his order's storage, but in the secret chamber. One curious archivist, decades later, found a slip of paper tucked into a book in the same vault. It bore Father Vieri's handwriting. Just one sentence. What if the second coming is not in the future, but the past?
That's the bell, and CM
The
Punk is
Vatican
here,
has
ready
never
to compete.
acknowledged the
Punk
scroll.
claims he's the role model this
The
world
ruler
needs.
has it that
But being straight edge means he's better
for
than
scholars,
everyone.
for security, because if the man who the scroll
straight edge
real,
crusade.
he returns,
Punk has a message
the
he
church
fully
must
believes in, and he's
recognize
willing to fight for it, no
silence.
matter what. Some
There are
people would actually
secrets that
consider
challenge
that quite
doctrine,
admirable.
And
secrets
those
that
people would
question
have to be
power.
brainwashed by
But
Punk
then
to
there are
believe
the
any of
ones
that,
so
Corey.
true,
And in the
they
opposite
cannot be
corner
told
is
at
the
all.
flawless
Not because
Mr.
they are
Perfect.
false, but
Perfect
because
has
the world is
superb
not
technical
ready.
ability and can
And
tear
perhaps
his
it never
opponent
will
to
be.
shreds.
Thanks for dreaming with us, the shadows of Vatican history. If even one of these secrets made you pause, wonder, or look at the world a little differently, let us know in the comments below.
In there.
We're always listening. And if you enjoyed this journey, don't forget to hit subscribe and tap the bell so you never miss the next hidden chapter.
Shoulder, elbow,
Until
all
then,
affected with
stay
that.
curious, stay thoughtful,
Timed his
sleep well.
defense perfectly.
Spiked him. You hit a move like that, you're not just trying to win, you're trying to keep your opponent down indefinitely.
Oh, that could break an arm. Springboard.
Oh, big mistake, and that error could be costly.
Oh, he saw it coming. An experienced and savvy veteran like CM Punk has to make for a pretty intimidating opponent, Corey. How do you get the better of someone with Punk's resume?
By turning that resume from the middle rope.
And perfect reverses.
Both legs trapped. Don't do this.
Leg drop right to the groin. He's starting to look battered.
And now is the time to dig deep, to start tapping into your stamina reserves.
And that hit connects from Mr. Perfect. The arm absorbing the damage. Snapmare.
Beautiful rolling neck snap.
Totally perfect. Not sure if he should waste all his time hot-dogging around.
Mr. Perfect, hooking the arm, hooking the leg, for the perfect plex. Hazardous situation for CM Punk.
Here's the pin. Kicked out at one. Even the ref can't believe it.
How the hell do you kick out of that?
I have no words. Not even a 2 count?
Will that be the last opportunity? Is there still enough left in these men?
Saw it coming and took him down.
Perfect's finally been able to slow all that incoming offense.
Good chance for Perfect to gain his wits about him.
Mr. Perfect stringing together some impressive offense now.
This is how you do it. Going after those areas where Punk has suffered injuries in the past, making the veteran pay the price for his lengthy career.
This is just nasty.
I like this aggression, just pure brutality.
Come on, easy.
pressure on the windpipe.
Targeting the arm now. Ooh, possibly tweak the arm there. That has to be a small inconvenience.
Watch out.
Diving splash from the top. Incredible impact.
2. No, he gets the shoulder up.
I cannot believe what I'm seeing right now. No one can.
Mr. Perfect, hooking the arm, hooking the leg. What a perfect flex.
Will Perfect end it here?
There's 2. Major win. That'll change his career tonight.
Here is your winner, Mr.
Tonight, we open a door few have even dared to approach. A place where history is not merely stored, but controlled. Where entire centuries can vanish without leaving a trace. Hidden beneath the stones of Vatican City lies a vault so immense it stretches beyond imagination, holding manuscripts, maps, letters, and relics that could rewrite everything we think we know. For over 400 years, it has been guarded, not just by walls and locks, but by silence, the kind that can smother questions before they are even asked. This is not just about religious history. This is about political power, about knowledge used as a weapon, about events that may never have happened, and events that did but were erased from memory. Whispers of secret trials, forbidden gospels, and ancient prophecies linger in the air, each one locked away from the eyes of the world. And those who tried to bring them into the light often vanished from the story themselves. The Vatican Apostolic Archive does not simply protect the past, it decides which past we are allowed to see. So, before you think these
And
are
folks,
only
don't let his
dusty
size
scrolls
fool you. There's a
on this
reason we
record,
tout the power
remember
of
this.
Tozawa.
Yeah, Akira Tozawa is arguably pound for pound one of the strongest superstars on the roster. He can German suplex just about anyone who steps in front of him.
Tozawa is definitely not a superstar you want to take lightly in between the ropes.
And on the other side of the ring is L.A. Knight. Knight has forged a unique bond with the WWE Universe, and together, they started a movement.
The greatness of LA Knight can no longer be denied, Saxton. We're going to see an insane flex of power and athleticism with everybody saying LA Knight.
Knight doesn't have any room to recover.
Yeah, Akira Tozawa is executing his game plan.
Lined with shells.
Oh, and Knight fights back.
And Knight puts a quick stop to the momentum that was mounting against him.
Now's a chance for Knight to get back into this match.
They can rewrite everything we think we know about history, but no tourist will ever walk them. No camera has been allowed to roam those
A
islands
heel
freely.
hook locked in. You can almost hear the opponent yelling in agony.
He's absorbing a lot of damage here.
But the question now is, can you find a response through the pain?
Mixed with something metallic.
Akira Tozawa planted one there.
Laser precision.
The power of Tozawa showing here.
Knight is going to have to dig down deep here.
The seal is still intact. Wax unbroken since the day it was pressed by the hands of kings and scientists.
Stretching and tearing at all the ligaments in the
Some
leg.
of these documents
Steered away there.
That was a hell of a maneuver there, guys.
May be older than the church itself.
Tozawa feeling confident, but he's losing precious seconds here with this display.
The official story says the archive is nothing
LA Knight has found success in nearly
preserving the church's history. A place for scholars to study papal records, letters, and diplomatic
every ring you step foot in. Corey, is that what
Taking flight. Look out below. The 1-2 punch of high risk, high reward.
Kick to the back.
And now, Knight is getting beaten down.
See that? Homework was done, and a hole has been found in Knight's game plan.
Researchers are forbidden to enter. Imagine
Spinning roundhouse by Tozawa. That could be curtains for Knight.
Here he comes, sliding back into the ring.
Imagine if inside was a letter that showed events
Whoa, look out. From ring post to ringside, risking it all paid off.
Watching. Took a leap of faith and connected perfectly. This could be just what they needed.
It's going to be agonizing for the arm.
So much damage inflicted.
Carefully measured knee drop.
There are whispers of records that could clear the names of the condemned or reveal the hands of the guilty in the grandest events.
And Tozawa is having his way right now.
Yeah, Akira Tozawa is executing his game plan.
Not only the past, but the very timeline we live in now. The deeper you think about
It retaliates with a counter.
why God so
LA Knight getting it done there. Pure physicality.
The Vatican will never tell you exactly what lies behind those doors.
Not
But
so
maybe the real
fast.
question is not what they are keeping safe. Maybe it is what they are keeping
Flying
safe.
all the way to the
And if that is the
outside.
case,
You got to be a certain kind of crazy to even think about attempting that kind of offense. But I can't say it didn't pay off.
There is a single entrance to the Vatican Apostolic
Stepping out of the ring here.
and it does not look like the gateway.
Oh,
to
look
one
at
of the
this.
most
Just
guarded
cranking the head.
collections of
That's got to
knowledge.
hurt.
No golden doors, no grand arches, just a heavy barrier that leads into a quiet, unmarked space. It is here that the journey begins with a few granted access each year. A journey lined with rules so strict that stepping out of line by even a breath means immediate expulsion. To enter, you cannot simply knock or send an email. You must be a recognized scholar, holding credentials from a respected academic
The
institution.
referee is so close to calling a count out.
Your request must be backed by a very specific reason. You have to name the exact document you wish to see.
Tozawa goes down
As if
low.
you already know it exists.
That explosive power of Tozawa looking astonishing. He just won't give up.
Instead, if your request is approved, someone will fetch the document for you while
Up
you
the
wait
rope he
to
goes.
under the watchful eye of
From
archivists.
the top.
They will hold to a sacred
The
right.
center.
You will be allowed to
Will
view
Tozawa put it away here? Precision offense into the pin.
And the victory.
Certain sections are completely off-limits, no matter who you
Here is
are.
your winner,
The strangest
Akira
thing is that the Vatican does not deny the
Tozawa.
existence of these restricted areas. They simply state that some documents are too fragile or too sensitive for general study. Yet no one explains why papers centuries old be viewed by a select few, but not by others who meet the same qualifications. Over the years, scholars have quietly shared what this process feels like. Some describe it as stepping into a courtroom where the walls themselves are the jury, watching every move. Others say the tension is so thick you can feel the unspoken warning that you are being allowed a rare privilege that could be taken away at any moment. For all the talk about the archive being a treasure trove for historical research, its rules seem built not for sharing knowledge, but for controlling it. Why is that? Why would an institution, claiming to preserve history for the good of humanity, design a system that keeps it hidden behind layers of bureaucracy and secrecy? Perhaps the answer lies not in what the public sees, but in what it never will. Behind that guarded door may be stories so disruptive they could change the way people see the church, history, or even the world itself. And until someone finds a way past those invisible walls, the truth will remain on the other side, locked away in a silence that has lasted for centuries. Ask the Vatican about the Apostolic Archive, and the answer sounds simple, almost harmless. It is, they say, the Church's private library, a place where records of centuries past are kept safe from damage, theft, or decay. According to their official statement, the archive holds letters between popes and kings, reports from missionaries, ancient maps of church lands, and the official acts of papal courts. It is not, they insist, a place of mystery or conspiracy. It is simply a working archive, like those of any government, meant to store the documents of its own history. They say it was established to preserve the legacy of the Church, and to serve as a reliable source for scholars who wish to study it. The tone is always calm, measured, reassuring, as if the only secrets behind those doors are the kind that matter to historians and no one else. They explain that privacy is necessary. After all, some records contain personal details about people who lived and died long ago, or sensitive diplomatic exchanges that could still affect relationships between nations. They remind the world that every government protects its archives for the same reasons. And to those who imagine hidden treasures and earth-shaking revelations, the Vatican replies that the real treasure is the history itself. It is an answer designed to sound complete, yet somehow it leaves a hollow space where the truth should be. Because if the archive is no different from any other, why do so few people have access? Why can only a handful of carefully chosen scholars cross its threshold each year? Why do they have to name the exact document they want before they even step inside? The official story never mentions the sealed rooms no one may enter, the manuscripts whispered about in the corridors of academia, or the rumors of discoveries so sensitive they never see daylight. Instead, it paints a picture of quiet order, of history neatly filed away, of caretakers whose only mission is to protect fragile pages from the slow destruction of time. It is a picture that works well for public trust, but like a painting, it shows only what the artist allows. What is left outside the frame might be just as important, perhaps even more so, than what is inside. And so the official story is repeated year after year, unchanged, unwavering, a story that invites no further questions. Yet, the more you hear it, the more it sounds like the beginning of a riddle rather than its answer. Perhaps that is its true purpose. Not to explain, but to settle curiosity before it can grow. Because once curiosity starts pulling on a loose thread, you never know how much of the fabric might come undone. For every polite answer the Vatican gives about the Apostolic Archive, there are questions they never seem willing to face. If the archive truly holds nothing more than routine records and harmless history, why is it so tightly guarded? Why limit access to a handful of carefully approved scholars each year? Why force them to request a single document instead of allowing them to explore? Why lock away entire sections where even those scholars cannot go? These are not questions born from wild imagination. They are the questions that naturally rise when secrecy and history sit together in the same room.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and That's going to keep Sokoa down.
A letter sealed away
Going for the cover. Shoulder for this.
So,
in this tag team match,
what could they possibly contain? Could there be documents showing that events we accept as fact were recorded differently at the time? Could there be letters from rulers admitting to plans that never made it into the history books? Could there be evidence of knowledge far ahead of its supposed time, knowledge that might force us to rewrite the story of human progress? And if such things exist, who decides whether we are ready to know them? The Vatican often says it is a matter of preservation, that light, handling, and exposure could damage
ice in their
fragile
veins.
works.
That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold.
But it does not
There's a
explain
kick
why
and
reasons.
now's the time to capitalize.
It does not explain why certain
Going for the cover. Shoulder for that.
have never been studied inside the churches.
And they score the win. What a tag match.
The idea that there is more to the story. Perhaps some documents will change the world in small ways, but in ways that shake the very foundation of faith for millions. Perhaps some papers would reveal political alliances and betrayals stretching across centuries, exposing the Church not just as a spiritual guide, but as a powerful player in the game of nations. Or perhaps they guard something even stranger, something that does not fit neatly into our understanding of history at all. Whatever the case, silence is the perfect
The bell
shield.
rings. The bloodline will
As
surely
long as
be
no
looking
one
to
can
run
read
roughshod in
those
this match. That pack.
then
There's a kick and lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out.
Question for the win. Question becomes, what truth is so clear, so clear?
It's over. Big tag team win there.
The Vatican Apostolic Archives will know it.
Here are your
Began
winners.
to take shape
The
in
team
the 17th century,
Alistair Black.
Paul V. Before that time, the The church held vast collections of documents, scattered across different locations, stored in various palaces, libraries, and private chambers. Many of these records were accessible only to a small circle of clerics and advisors. Pope Paul decided it was time to gather the church's written memory into one central place, not only to protect it from loss or theft, but also
the bell
to
rings. The
ensure that
bloodline
its
will
most
surely be
valuable
looking to run
knowledge would be
roughshod in this
controlled
match.
from
That
the
pack.
Vatican City.
There's a kick. Lights out. Going for the cover. Shoulders are down.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Fortress of information, the treasury of the church's
Here are your winners.
its relationships with kings and emperors, its involvement in wars and treaties, its role in shaping laws, and its influence over science and art. The move was not purely about preservation. In those days, Europe was shifting, empires rising and falling, ideas spreading faster than the church could contain them. By centralizing its records, the Vatican was doing more than keeping them safe. It was building a vault of influence, a place where history itself could be guarded, shaped.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick. It's lights out. Did right. Just put an end to this. Going for the cover. Shoulders are down.
Big time win in this tag team match.
Here are your winners.
It was designed to keep the outside world away. Its corridors were plain and unwelcoming. Its walls thick enough to resist fire and damp. Its entrances watched at all times. Over the years, the collection grew as papal envoys returned from distant lands, carrying reports and rare manuscripts. Some were diplomatic gifts, others were seized during conflicts, and some were quietly purchased from desperate nobles or scholars. By the end
the bell rings, the bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pass. There's a kick and lights out. And that's got to be the end right there. The cover for the win.
What a tag match we just saw.
It was no longer just about history. It was about control over the memory of the itself. The moment the Apostolic Archive was born, its shelves began to fill with documents from every corner of the known world. Some arrived as gifts from rulers seeking favor with the Pope, sealed in leather cases bearing royal crests. Others came through the church's vast network of missionaries who traveled to distant lands carrying the word of God and returning with the words of kings, scholars, and merchants. But not every document in the archive.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold-blooded, ruthless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here in WWE.
Come on, Cole, that's what the bloodline is all about.
There's a kick. It's lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out.
Though the original owners would never see it again.
Looks like this could be the end.
Purchased collections from average nobles who were desperate creditors.
Got it. One of the winners of the tag match.
The most mysterious acquisitions of the quiet, with no public record. These were the papers seized during investigations of heresy or confiscated from groups the church considered dangerous, such as the Knights Templar. Often, these documents contained knowledge or accounts that did not fit with the version of history the church was prepared to share. Once inside the Vatican's walls, these materials disappeared from public sight, locked away where no one outside the inner circles could study them. Over the centuries, the collection
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold. There's a kick and lights out. That's going to keep Sokoa down. Going to the cover.
Trade routes long before they appeared on public maps. Political treaties, personal confessions of monarchs, secret arrangements between rival powers, all of it found its way to the same guarded shelves. By the 18th century, the archive was no longer just a record of the church's past. It had become a repository of the world's secrets, a place where information of immense value was gathered and stored beyond the reach of any single nation. Every piece was part of a puzzle, and only the Vatican knew how all the pieces fit together. Some of these acquisitions were celebrated within church circles as victories for preservation, but others were never spoken of again, as if their very existence was too dangerous to acknowledge. In this way, the legacy of collection became more than history. It became a story of power built not on armies or weapons, but on the possession of knowledge that could change the course of nations if ever revealed. There was a time when power was measured only in armies, in how many soldiers
the bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
But as the centuries turned, another form of lighter yet calmly pure. It was the power to shape the story of the past. When we control history, control how people see the present.
What a tag match!
The choices they make about the future. The Vatican understood this long before most. Every document of the apostolic archive was more than ink and parchment. It was a piece of the world's memory, and whoever decided which pieces were remembered and which were forgotten could bend the truth without ever lifting a sword. An inconvenient alliance between two kingdoms could be softened in the official records to make it appear holy and righteous. A scientific discovery that challenged church teaching could vanish into a locked chest,
The
leaving
bloodline looks
future
as menacing
generations
as
to
ever as
believe
they
it
prepare to
never
establish
existed.
their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the bloodline only has one motive: total destruction.
Over time, this control became more strategic. The church did not look to forge history from scratch. It only needed to preserve the practice to its authority, quietly allow the rest to fade into silence. This was not
Big time tag team win.
engineering reality. Armies might conquer cities, but knowledge could conquer minds, and a mind once convinced does not need to be forced. By the 17th and 18th centuries, the Vatican's role as keeper of history was as powerful as any crown in Europe. Kings came and went, empires rose and fell, but the records stored beneath Vatican City remained, shaping the narrative of each era. Even modern governments have used the archive to confirm treaties or settle disputes, turning to it as the ultimate authority on what really happened.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold-blooded, remorseless, and willing to do anything. There's a kick.
Taken as truth without question. Few ever ask what might be missing from truth, or why it's missing at all. And that is the truth controlling power. Once the official story has been accepted,
Scores the win! What a great team!
people hold their beliefs. Here are your winners. Would mean rewriting not just history books, but the very foundation of how the world understands itself. Armies can be defeated, kingdoms can be overthrown, but a carefully crafted version of the past can live forever, guiding the course of nations long after the swords have rusted away. In the vaults of the Apostolic Archive, that power still rests, silent, patient, and perhaps more influential than any weapon ever forged.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and
Solo down for good. It looks like he can get it done here.
These were not just manuscripts.
Scores the win for the team.
They were records considered too sensitive for even trusted scholars to retain. Some claimed political negotiations between rival kingdoms, where the church acted as an unseen mediator. If the details were made public, they could have shattered alliances or exposed betrayals that were still shaping European politics at the time. Others were transcripts of trials in which powerful figures confessed to acts the church could never acknowledge without damaging its own authority. Among these early locked rooms were also rumoured to be theological.
The bell rings, the bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack
represented
there's a kick and
interpretations of scripture.
Does that come down for
because they want the evidence, but because they need scripts with detail and a well not rules. In some cases, secrecy may be to protect lives. A letter revealing the identity of a covert ally in a hostile court could mean death for that person if discovered. But in many other cases, the secrecy served to protect the image of the church itself. The locked rooms were not labelled or marked on any official inventory. Their existence was known only to a small circle of archivists and papal advisors. Even those who worked in the outer halls of the archive could spend a lifetime there without ever seeing the inside of one. Occasionally, a rumor
ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole,
There's a kick and block match. Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down.
A scholar might admit to being told that a certain subject was off limits without being given a reason. These whispers could be equally sensitive.
What an incredible match we are
Over the
witnessing.
centuries,
Cena can put it away here.
sometimes entire chests.
Put a bow on it. This one's wrapped up.
And they score the win. What a tag match.
Here are your winners. The team
Records became the heart of the archive's reputation. They were a place where history could be hidden, reshaped, or protected depending on who held the key. To this day, no complete record exists of what went into them during those first years. Whatever stories those documents tell, they remain silent behind doors that have not been opened for centuries. There came a moment when the Apostolic Archive stopped being simply a vault for preserving the past.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and block match. Lights out.
Did Brock just put an end to this?
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders it in.
Big tag team win there.
Entire nations and accounts of events that differed sharply chronicles. At first, this power was used quietly, a subtle reminder to a monarch that the Vatican had records of a questionable decision might be enough to guide his choices in the present. A discreet sharing of a historical detail could sway negotiations in the Church's favour without a single threat being spoken. Over time, this became a deliberate strategy. The archive was no longer just about keeping history safe from decay.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole, there's a kick and block match. Lights out. Black might have brought this to a close. Going for the cover. Solo shoulders it in. He made the save. There's Cena. Cena with an attitude adjustment. That could put there's a kick and block match. Lights out. No ifs about it. That's going to do it.
Got it. What a tag match we just saw.
Discussing matters of state for the wellness of the Pope's representatives for centuries. The archive became a silent participant in these conversations, its unseen contents adding weight to the Church's position. Even in matters of religion, the archive's influence grew. Disputes over doctrine could be settled or prolonged, based on which ancient writings were brought forward and which were left buried. A council could be swayed by a document said to date back to the earliest days of the faith, while conflicting evidence stayed in the shadows. This selective unveiling of history gave the Vatican a kind of control no other power could match. Nations could be conquered, alliances could be built or broken, all with a few sheets of paper drawn from a vault beneath the city. From that point on, the Apostolic Archive was no longer just a passive repository. It was an active instrument of power, a hidden hand guiding events across the world. And the most remarkable thing is that even as it played this role, it kept its image as a place of scholarship and preservation, a disguise so perfect that few outside the inner circle understood just how much influence those locked shelves truly carried. In the year 1633, Galileo Galilei stood before the Roman Inquisition, accused of heresy for supporting the idea that the Earth moved around the Sun. The official record tells us he was forced to recant under threat of punishment and spent the rest of his life under house arrest. That is the version taught in schools and printed in textbooks. But rumours have long whispered that the Apostolic Archive holds far more detailed records of Galileo's trial, pages that never saw the light of day. Some say these hidden documents contain transcripts of private conversations between Galileo and church officials. Conversations that hint the Vatican knew his ideas were correct, but feared the chaos such knowledge might bring to a world where scripture was taken as absolute truth. Others believe the papers reveal secret agreements that allowed Galileo to continue his work quietly under certain conditions, suggesting his punishment was less about silencing him forever and more about controlling how and when his discoveries would spread. There are even claims that these trial records include letters from other scientists of the time, some of them clerics, who supported Galileo in secret and shared evidence that has since been lost. If true, this would paint a very different picture of the Church's relationship with science in the 17th century. Instead of a simple clash between faith and reason, it would look more like a calculated effort to manage the flow of revolutionary ideas. The Vatican has released some documents related to the trial, but these are carefully chosen pieces that align neatly with the official narrative. The rest remain locked away. Scholars who have worked in the archive say that even mentioning the Galileo papers can lead to polite but firm redirection toward other subjects. This only fuels speculation about what is being kept hidden. If the unreleased records truly contain nothing more than mundane legal notes, why protect them so fiercely after nearly 400 years? The secrecy suggests that the Galileo story we know may be only part of the truth. Perhaps the missing pages would show that the trial was less about one man's belief and more about the Vatican's desire to maintain control over knowledge that could upend the order of the world. Or perhaps they would reveal a side of Galileo himself that history has chosen to forget. Whatever the case, the idea that somewhere in those deep corridors lies a box of papers that could rewrite one of the most famous episodes in the history of science is a reminder of the archive's enduring power. It is not just about what is kept, but why it is kept. And until the day those pages are brought into the light, we are left to wonder whether Galileo's final words to the court were truly of surrender, or if behind those closed doors he left history a message we were never meant to hear. In the early 14th century, the Knights Templar fell from grace in one of the most dramatic downfalls in history. Once celebrated as warrior monks defending pilgrims and guarding Christian lands, they were suddenly accused of heresy, blasphemy, and dark secret rituals. By order of King Philip IV of France, and with the cooperation of Pope Clement V, the Templars were arrested, tortured into confession, and many were executed. The official story is one of guilt and punishment, but hidden in the Apostolic Archive, there is said to be a collection of documents known as the Chinon Parchment, sometimes referred to as the Templar Dossier. This set of papers, discovered by a Vatican archivist in 2001, but still largely inaccessible to the public, suggests that the Templars may have been absolved by the Pope himself before their deaths. According to the fragments that have been revealed, Pope Clement conducted a secret inquiry into the charges and found the order guilty of certain minor faults, but not of the heresies they were accused of. In other words, the Vatican may have believed the Templars were innocent of the worst crimes, even as they allowed them to be destroyed by political forces. If the complete dossier were ever released, it could completely rewrite the narrative of the Templars from that of a corrupted order to victims of a calculated power grab. But this raises a
troubling question. The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
Why did the church stand by?
Lights out. The lights out for Sakoma.
Reveal the full extent of political
going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
whose debts to the Templars gave him every reason to see
There's the winners of the tag match.
cases could expose alliances and secret deals between the church that would still be embarrassing to find. There are also legends that the Templars possessed treasures and knowledge brought back from the Holy Land, items or writings that could challenge the foundations of Christian history itself. If such things are mentioned in the dossier, it would explain why parts of it remain in the deepest parts of the archive. What has been shown to the public offers a glimpse, but not the full truth, leaving open the possibility that the Knights Templar were not only wrongfully condemned, but were
The bloodline
silenced
looks as menacing as ever as they
far
prepare to
larger
establish their
than
dominance
revealed.
once again. And
The Templar
there's a
story
kick
has
and
always been
blood
a
match.
massive
Lights out. Nobody's coming back from that.
Laws of Vatican City, the answer no longer.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Waiting for the day, and someone wants to open the tear through.
And that's it. Scores the win for
Whether
the
the
team.
knights were villains, heroes, or something far stranger. During the dark years of the Second World War, Pope Pius XII led the Catholic Church through one of the most turbulent periods in modern history. His role has been the subject of fierce debate for decades. Some see him as a quiet hero who worked behind the scenes to protect Jews and other victims of Nazi persecution. Others accuse him of remaining silent in the face of atrocities, choosing diplomacy over moral outcry. The truth, many believe, lies within the Vatican.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold-blooded, remorseless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here in WWE.
Come on, Cole. That's what the bloodline is all with.
There's a kick and blood match. Lights out.
That could put Solo down for good.
Counters with an attack on Evans.
He's coming in. He's got it.
Internal discussions.
What a match and what a great team.
Too strongly against the regime. Some documents may even reveal what the Vatican knew about the Holocaust as it was happening, and how early that knowledge reached Rome. Critics have long argued that the Church's cautious approach allowed evil to flourish unchecked, while defenders claim that public condemnation would have led to harsher persecution and closed off the Vatican's ability to help people in secret. The files could confirm either side of the argument, or perhaps reveal a more complicated reality, where moral conviction collided with
The bell
geopolitical
rings. The bloodline will
strategy.
surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
Steps to open
There's a
some
kick and
access.
blood match.
Access is still
Has to be the end right there.
Scholars
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
How is that not through?
And that can vanquish Tom.
The documents that offer the clearest answers about what the
Rotates out and gets the cover.
why he acted or failed to act.
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Nothing was
The
being held
legacy of
back with each of those strikes.
shapes how the church is remembered. Organization plans, interfaith relations, and the moral authority of the Vatican all hinge in part on the story these files tell. If they prove that the Pope worked tirelessly to save lives, history may grant him honor. If they reveal deliberate silence in the face of mass murder, the shadow over his papacy will only deepen. Somewhere in those wartime papers is the unfiltered record of one of the most controversial chapters in church history. Until the full truth is
The
released,
bloodline looks as menacing as ever
the
as they
debate
prepare to
will
establish their dominance once
Fed by
again.
the knowledge that
There's a
answers
kick and
already
blood
exist.
match. Lights
Not to
out.
wait.
Does that close out for
For the
the
merits of science still win will become
Shoulder down.
demonstrated.
Could this be it?
Once carried footsteps of Mexicans, racing, music,
Got it. Big time tag team win.
world of God. A sacred collection of
Here are your
writings
winners.
chosen, observed by the church.
Alistair Black.
There have always been whispers that not every gospel, letter, or prophecy made it into the version the world knows today. Somewhere beneath the stone floors of Vatican City, it is said there are manuscripts, some nearly 2,000 years old, that tell stories of Jesus and the early church, unlike anything found in the New Testament. These hidden gospels may speak of events left out of the official narrative, teachings that challenge traditional doctrine, or accounts from followers whose voices were silenced when the canon was decided.
It's fun and all.
Historians know that in the early centuries of Christianity, dozens
quick
of
2-second break, but I'll
circulated
stay
Bible
online.
leaders.
Just wanted to try.
Some offered
Okay,
radically
bit of a
different
stretch
views
and a
of
crack.
Christ's life and mission. Others presented theological
The bell rings, the
ideas that
Bloodline will
matched
surely be
the
looking to
emerging
run
church
roughshod in
authority.
this match. That pack
Church
mentality in
councils
full force here.
You have to remember, Cole, that this version of the Bloodline is essentially comprised of the black sheep of the family. The ones never invited to...
There's a kick. Lights out.
Feel like it's over for Sikoa. He looks like he's about to put his opponent in their place.
The cover.
Scores the win. What a great team.
And what a maneuver we just saw there.
Here are your winners. Imagine a letter from one of his apostles revealing doubts, disputes, or details that could transform how faith itself is understood. The Church's official position is that no secret gospels are being hidden away, that the very idea has persisted for so long because it fits so neatly with the archive's culture of secrecy. Some scholars believe that if these texts exist, they are kept from public view not only to protect
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline.
Church's authority.
There's a kick and lights out. The lines are out for Sikoa. Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
Big time win in this tag team match.
Early Christianity, or they might fracture it completely.
Here are your winners.
Controlled corridors of the Apostolic Archive, there could be ancient scrolls that rewrite the story of Jesus is both thrilling and unsettling. Until the day such writings are revealed, they will remain part of the great mystery of what lies behind those locked doors. A reminder that history is not only about what we have been told, but also about what has been left unsaid. History is taught as a steady march of years.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the Bloodline only has one move.
There's a kick and Bloodbath. Lights out.
Turn the lights out.
Makes the stop and keeps his partner alive.
Misrepresented somewhere along the way.
3-on-3 matches are always an interesting situation. What do these guys have to do to pull this off?
Well, they have to remember that they're a team. If you start hogging the spotlight, you might...
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
The Vatican has never confirmed
Here are your winners.
such records.
The team.
Some researchers found that letters, astronomical charts, and royal decrees in its collection do not align with the accepted dating of history. For example, an official record might place an eclipse in a year when science tells us no such eclipse occurred, or a papal letter might reference a ruler believed to have lived long after that pope's death. On their own, these anomalies could be dismissed as copying errors. But if they are numerous and consistent, they begin to form a pattern that suggests the timeline
The
itself.
bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality. And he goes for the quick pin.
This one's far from over. He was down, but he certainly wasn't out.
Or rewrite the origins of nations. It's certain centuries were fabricated.
Big body drop on elevation.
It's been built on a foundation that does not exist. The ark, with its vast is perhaps the only place in the world where such evidence
There's a kick.
lights out.
Just put an end to this.
Shoulders down. Does he have
Got it. There's the winners of the tag match.
It would call into question dating of religious events, lineage of world events, and the development of science and technology. For the Vatican, which has long positioned itself as a guardian of history, such a revelation could be as destabilizing as any theological dispute. Until someone is allowed to examine these alleged documents without restriction, the chronology question will remain just that, a question. But the idea that behind those locked doors could be proof that our calendar, our history, And
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. The lights are out for Sikoa. Yank right off the apron. Oh, no.
John Cena
Deep into the match. This could end it.
looking for the pin.
Got it. What a tag match we just saw.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Javon Evans.
Nice teamwork by these three to pick up the win.
Tonight was not the Bloodline's night, and there's no way they're going to just accept that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely not.
And what you have to watch. Yes. And probably will survive that one without tech. Yep.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember, Cole, that this version of the Bloodline is essentially comprised of the black sheep of the family. The ones never invited to the family reunion.
There's a kick and bloodbath.
Lights out.
Feeling like it's over for Sikoa.
This could be for the win.
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Javon Evans.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold blood. There's a kick and bloodbath.
Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down.
I understand getting yourself fired up, but he needs to stay on his opponent. Yank him right off the apron.
Oh, no.
Oh, a stop.
We're about to see it.
Pin. This could be it.
And they score the win. What a tag match.
That was a powerbomb with one message in mind.
Here are your
Absolute
winners. The
destruction.
team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Javon Evans.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the Bloodline only has one mode.
There's a kick and bloodbath.
Lights out. That's one hell of an exclamation mark.
He might have him here.
Is this it?
And it's over. Big tag team win there.
Here are your winners. The team of
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember, Cole, that this version of the Bloodline is essentially comprised of the black sheep of the family. The ones never invited to the family reunions or the cookouts because they're just plain dangerous men. Dangerous men, each with a few screws loose in their own respective rights.
There's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down.
Oh, boom! Oh, going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and John Vaughn.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cold blood. There's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out. Does that close it out for Black? Yank roll.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
And it's over. Big tag team win there. That was one of those power bombs that would shorten someone's career.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John...
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out. Did Black just put an end to this? Yeah, it could be all over here.
Scores the win. What a great team.
A powerbomb's not meant to be pretty, but oh man, does it get the job done.
I'm pretty sure they don't want to be taking any more.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack meant...
Turn out the lights. The party's over. Aleister just turned the lights.
There's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out.
That could put Solo down for good. He's getting pumped up. He's really in this.
And down for the count.
Got it. There's the winners of the tag match.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack... Rearing. Saw it coming. It counters it.
Back and forth, counter after counter. Trading counters here.
There's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out. Checkmate. It's over.
Goes for the pin.
The end could be near. Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena,
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold blood. There's a kick and black mass.
Lights out. That's a game ender, gentlemen.
Yeah, going for the pin for the win.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and black mass.
Lights out. That's got to be it. He's making his move.
For the win.
Jeez. And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and John Cena.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. There's a kick and black mass.
Lights out. Signed, sealed, and delivered.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulder for down.
And they score the win. What a tag match.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember, Cole, that this version of the bloodline is essentially comprised.
There's a kick and black mass.
Lights out. There is no coming back from that.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulder for down.
Got it. What a tag match we just saw.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and black mass.
Lights out. Did Black just put an end to this?
Yanked right up. He's got it down. Here we go.
Big time win in this tag team match.
here are your winners.
A disappointing result for the Bloodline in this one.
The Bloodline is incensed. They really thought they had this one in the bag.
Well, no disrespect to the Bloodline, but we all know what they say about assuming.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Does that close it out for Black?
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Javon Evans.
The Bloodline got bested in this one.
Tonight was not the Bloodline's night, and there's no way they're going to just accept that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely not.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cold-blooded, remorseless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. That can certainly do it.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
There's the winners of the tag match.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Javon.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the Bloodline only has one mode: total destruction.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Will that be it? Will that be enough?
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down. He breaks the pin, keeping his team in this one.
Face first. Chops.
Cena driving into the canvas for the attitude adjustment.
And that can vanquish.
Got the cover.
Is it enough to close this out? Is that all Cena needs?
Big time win, and this tag team match. A powerbomb like that will leave you with bruises and remind you of this moment for days.
The team up.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cole, there's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out. Shoulders down, this could be it. Teammate intervenes just in time. Boom, face first. John Cena. Suplex attempt. Able to go behind, though.
The thing about six-man tag matches is they tend to get wild and crazy the longer they go on. But I have a few...
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Business here is all but over. Keeps his team in this one.
And the DDT.
There's a kick and blood mass. Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Javon Evans.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Will that be the deciding factor? He covers. Is this it? Could be.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John...
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out.
Turn the lights out. A pin. We have a pin. Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The team of...
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cole, there's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out. This could be it. This could be the end. That's one way to break up a pin attempt. Elbow drop and then look at the knee strikes. Hammer it away.
Got the leg.
Looks like a... Follows the cover.
The cover for the win.
Cover. Kicks it. He still has life.
Obviously still has some fight left.
Ooh, right to the arm. Ooh. Man, what timing on that counter. Counters to gain. There's a kick and block mass. Lights out.
That's got to be it.
The cover.
And they score the win. What a tag match.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and block mass. Lights out. The lights are out for Sikoa. Now attempts to cover. Can he keep him down?
And it's over. Big tag team win there.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Javon Evans.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and block mass. Lights out. Does that close out for Black? Yeah, he's making his move for the win.
Scores the win. What a great team.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Javon
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And
there's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down.
Yanks. He's covering him. He's got him. Big time win in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and John.
ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole. There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Aleister just turned the lights out. He goes for the pins.
Could this be it? Scores a win. What a great team.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Javon Evans.
That's a big victory for these three here tonight. Tonight was not the Bloodline's night, and there's no way they're going to just accept that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely not.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Black might have brought this to a close. Ooh, great anticipation.
Here we go. He thinks this is it.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Javon
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and black mass.
Lights out. Deep breath. Just put an end to this.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders it in.
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Javon Evans.
The Bloodline got bested in this one.
Never a good thing when the Bloodline doesn't get their way. There will be hell to pay for this.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. That's got to be the end right there. Yanked into the pin. Is that enough?
And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Javon.
Bear with me 2 secs, guys. Just trying to find something to listen to on YouTube.
You're literally wired to bond with someone who seems to see the world exactly like you do, and cult leaders exploit that instinct to the max. Another key aspect is controlled pacing. They speak slowly when they want you to feel relaxed.
Actually,
They
let's
pause
see.
strategically to make their points linger, and they use just enough emotional intensity to keep you on edge without realizing it. These micro-manipulations make your brain subtly adjust to their rhythm, almost like a gentle tug on your subconscious. But here's the most surprising part. They often start with something positive, like offering hope or a sense of belonging. You're special. You've been searching for meaning. We understand you. Those lines sound harmless, even comforting, but they're carefully designed to crack open your mental defenses. Once those defenses are lowered, the rest, the manipulation, the control, the obedience, becomes far easier. It's also fascinating how they exploit the human desire for certainty and simplicity. Life is complicated, confusing, and full of decisions. Cult leaders swoop in, offering clear answers and simple rules.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and mass. Lights out. The lights are out for Sikoa. He's eyeing the 3 count here.
And it's over. Big tag team win there.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena.
Suddenly, you're moving in ways you wouldn't have expected. And remember, this is just the opening trick, the first domino. Once they've hooked your mind this way, it sets the stage for all the other tactics we'll talk about later, from love bombing to isolation and thought control. It's like planting a seed, small, almost invisible, but designed to grow into something that overtakes your mental landscape if you're not aware. So as you drift through this video...
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the Bloodline only has one.
There's a kick and mass. Lights out. Aleister just turned the lights out. Makes the pin. This might be it.
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
Step. Now that you see the first trick, you'll notice it everywhere. Keep watching. Because the real story, the manipulations that follow after this first hook, is even more fascinating than it seems. The bombing, the seductive trap. You can't escape. You walk into a place that feels like a warm hug you didn't know you needed. People greet you with smiles so wide it almost hurts to look at them. They laugh at your jokes, remember tiny details about your life.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the Bloodline only has one mode. Total destruction. Doesn't matter who you are, you will come to respect the Bloodline.
It's a savage approach, but the Bloodline has certainly become one of the most feared factions we've ever seen.
And we are coming to you from Connecticut. Now let me tell you, Mungai.
No, don't lie, Saxton. You didn't do anything with Mungai. That's my deal. I had Mungai over at Casa Graves last night, and I suddenly had a sunroof in my kitchen because of it.
Black turns the... there's a kick and Black mass. Lights out.
Feeling like it's over for Sikoa.
He's going for the pin. He makes the save.
John Cena.
To the adjustment.
Cena can put it away here.
Up on the shoulders. Down in a hurry. There's a kick and Black mass. Lights out.
That has to be the end right there. monkey flip.
Now looking to do back. There's a kick and black mass.
Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa in the pin.
Got it. There's the winners of the tag match.
Here are your winners. The team up.
Love bombing doesn't just happen in bursts. It's systematic. Cults will target people in vulnerable moments, after a breakup, during a move to a new city, or even when someone is just feeling socially isolated. These moments lower your defenses. You're already searching for love, for belonging. The cult swoops in with an overwhelming flood of attention, hugs, compliments, and promises of lifelong friendship. Your brain interprets it as safety. And when your brain
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and black mass. Lights out.
Feeling like it's over for Sikoa.
Turns that. He's got the shoulders down. This is it.
Whoa, just in time.
I thought this thing was over. Is that going to decide it for Cena?
There's a kick and black mass. Lights out.
Dominating maneuver could end things. And they score the win. What a tag match.
Here are your winners. The team up.
So much, but if you question this, you'll lose us. You'll lose your place here. That's when the trap snaps. The same people who once seemed like a dream now hold the power to make you feel rejected, abandoned, or unworthy. But you can't just walk away because your mind is addicted to that initial high of belonging. You start rationalizing behaviors, excusing red flags, and justifying rules that you wouldn't normally accept. Here's something few people realize.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That there's a kick and black mass. Lights out.
Did Black just put an end to this?
He wants to end this for the win.
Got it. There's the winners of the tag match.
Here are your winners. The team up. Aleister Black.
Desperate to reconnect. And this is why breaking free is so difficult. People outside the group often think, why don't they just leave? But it's not that simple. Love bombing reshapes your emotional needs and your perception of love itself. The pull of affection, the fear of losing it, the guilt of wanting more, it's all intertwined. It's not just manipulation. It's a full-scale hijacking of your emotional wiring. Recognizing love bombing early is crucial. It's not about being paranoid, it's about understanding patterns. If someone's affection feels too
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cole, there's a kick and black mass. Lights out.
That could put Solo down for good.
Turns it around.
He might have
Comes out on top in this tag team match. Crashing down like that, having the wind knocked out of you, never a good time for that to happen.
It's like, and it's nothing like the trap they were caught in. Love bombing is certain because it speaks directly to the deepest human need, connection. But when that connection is weaponized, it becomes a chain. Cult leaders know exactly what they're doing. They're not just being friendly, they're creating dependency, rewiring your mind and making you believe that leaving is impossible. The more you understand it, the more you can protect yourself and others from falling into this trap.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and black mass. Lights out.
That could put Solo down for good.
He might have him here.
Is this it? Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Here are your winners. The team up. Aleister Black.
Power of isolation. You know that strange creeping feeling when you start to lose touch with the people you care about? Like your friends aren't really your friends anymore, or your family's opinions feel like they're from a different world? That's exactly what cult leaders are aiming for when they isolate you, and it's far more powerful than most of us realize. Isolation isn't just about being alone. It's about reshaping your entire reality so that the only people who matter are the ones controlling your life.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And so, he counters with a there's a kick and lights out. Does that close it out for Black? Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down, saving their teammate and the match for now. A great display of confidence, but he doesn't. There's a kick and lights out. That's a game ender, gentlemen.
What a tag match.
Why did he run over now and not actually win his fucking lead?
Here are your winners.
Isolation also plays on fear. You might start thinking, if I talk to someone outside, I might misunderstand the group's teachings. They won't get it. They'll judge me. These thoughts don't just appear magically. They're carefully nurtured. Leaders encourage you to distrust outside sources, often presenting the world as dangerous or corrupt. Suddenly, the idea of leaving feels terrifying. The people outside aren't just distant, they're the enemy. This us versus them mindset, which we'll explore in another script, thrives in isolation.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and lights out. That's going to keep Sokoa down. Here's the cover.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
Isolated.
Here are your winners. The team
Active completely. Every casual conversation, every piece of advice from friends or family is replaced by the curated worldview the cult wants you to believe. And it's not just mental, your emotions are affected too. Loneliness increases stress hormones, leaving you more anxious and more dependent on the group for relief. Isolation is often reinforced with physical or logistical barriers. Living arrangements might separate you from outsiders. Your schedule might be packed with group activities.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold. There's a kick and lights out. Does that close out for Black? Yeah, well, this could be it. He can win it all here.
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
Here are your winners. The team
and make you feel shame or guilt for betraying the group. When you're emotionally vulnerable and isolated, the need for approval skyrockets. Suddenly, the group's praise becomes the most meaningful validation you have, while external support loses weight. You begin to see your isolated environment as the only place where you truly belong, and that perception is exactly what keeps you in line. It's not always obvious who's being isolated either. Sometimes it's subtle. A friend who disappears from your life.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold. There's a kick and lights out. The lights are out for Sokoa. Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Big time win in this tag team match.
Your decision is
Here are your winners. The team
surrounded by hundreds of people and still feel isolated if those connections are controlled and conditional. The key is dependency. Once all meaningful connection comes through the group, leaving feels not just hard but terrifying. It's a subtle, relentless trap. And as we'll see later, isolation lays the groundwork for other control tactics, like thought manipulation, emotional dependency, and fear tactics. The scary truth. Many people.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and lights out. Deep shots. Just put an end to this. Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Scores the win. What a great team.
Here are your winners. The team Aleister Black.
While the effects are real and profound, awareness is a lifeline. Recognizing when your world is shrinking, when your connections are being manipulated, is the first step toward reclaiming your independence. Isolation might be powerful, but it's not invincible. With insight, support, and connection, the trap can be broken, and the mind can find freedom once again. This is why survivors often describe the journey out as both terrifying and liberating. Once the walls of isolation...
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and blood mass! Lights out!
Feeling like it's over for Sokoa.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
It's over! Big tag team win there!
Carefully curated to show exactly how you think.
Here are your winners.
The
team of Aleister Black.
By controlling the very information you receive. And once that filter is in place, your reality starts to look very different from the world outside. It all begins subtly. At first, it seems harmless. A recommendation to read certain books, watch certain videos, or attend certain talks. But slowly, the trick is revealed. Every piece of information from outside the group becomes suspect, untrustworthy, or even dangerous. News reports,
ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole, there's a kick and blood mass! Lights out!
That could put Solo down for good.
Yanks! It looks like he could get it done here.
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
So much torque on the knee and ankle.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
Cognitive scientists call this the illusory truth effect, where repeated statements feel truer over time, even if they're false. Cult leaders exploit this perfectly.
Actually, hang on, guys. I just want to check something.
Constantly, and suddenly your ability to question them weakens. Information is weaponized not just by omission, but by framing. You might be allowed to read, but only with commentary that twists the meaning. A news article about a disaster outside the cult. It's framed as
I'm
evidence
trying to remember if Hogan had a super
reinforcing the
finish or
narrative
not.
that the outside world is unsafe. A scientific study that contradicts the group's teaching. Dismissed as propaganda. Every story, every piece of data is a tool to mold your perception and limit independent thinking. Language plays a big role here too. Certain phrases are repeated so often that they become mental shortcuts. Only the group can save you, or the outside world is dangerous and full of lies. These statements aren't just slogans, they are thought-stopping devices that shut down critical thinking. By controlling both the content and the language, cults create a mental echo chamber where their version of reality dominates. Sometimes, thought control escalates to more extreme measures. Questions are discouraged, curiosity is punished, and doubt is framed as betrayal. If you start wondering about inconsistencies, you might be accused of having outside influence, or a weak mind. Social pressure reinforces this. When everyone else appears to accept the leader's narrative unquestioningly, dissent feels isolating. Even intelligent, skeptical individuals can find themselves...
And with that bell, we're about to witness the immortal...
reality. Another tactic is controlling the flow of information about the group itself. Historical mistakes, scandals, or abuses are hidden or reinterpreted. Positive achievements are exaggerated. By crafting a selective history, leaders create an idealized image that members internalize. This doesn't just foster loyalty, it rewires how you see cause and effect, morality, and your place in the world. You're not just misinformed, you're
Hogan continue
to accept a new mental map, one that aligns perfectly with the leader's goals. The danger of this method is that it's invisible. You don't feel trapped initially because your mind thinks it's gathering knowledge independently. Yet with every restricted article, every distorted fact, every clarifying explanation, your ability to think critically erodes. Over time, reality outside the cult seems incomprehensible or threatening, while the group's version of truth becomes your comfort zone. The effects extend far beyond information consumption. Beliefs shape behavior, and behavior reinforces beliefs. If you've been told that leaving the group leads to danger, you stop exploring alternatives. If you're
the bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and blood mass! Lights out! Aleister just turns the lights out. Yes, this is it! He could put it away right here! Oh, my God! Did you see that? He kicked out! He actually kicked out! 3-on-3 matches are always an interesting situation. What do these guys have to do to pull this one off?
They have to remember that they're a team. Left foot hospital, right foot graveyard. Makes it hard for Sokoa.
Scores the win for the team.
Survivors of cults often report that the first step is realizing
Here are your winners. The team
once you recognize the filters, the echo chambers, and the constant framing, you can begin to rebuild independent thought. It takes patience, skepticism, and courage, but it's possible. The mind can be reshaped, and your perception of reality can be restored. By the end of the day, thought control is a reminder of just how much power information holds. It's not about hypnotic spells or instant brainwashing. It's about subtle, continuous shaping of what you
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick. It's lights out.
Feeling like it's over for Sokoa.
Going for the cover. Solo. Shoulders are down.
Got it. Big time tag team win.
Discourages questions, fears, ask yourself.
Here are your winners. The team
It's can reveal more about your mental freedom than you ever realized. It's a hard lesson, but recognizing the trap is the first step toward breaking it and reclaiming your mind entirely. This is thought control at work, subtle, relentless, and invisible. Yet understanding it is your greatest defense. Fear tactics that make you obey without question. There's a moment when fear stops being just an emotion and
Pause before responding. The pause before responding is one of the simplest yet most profound mental techniques you can master. In a world that glorifies speed,
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole. There's a kick and black mass. Lights out. There is no coming back from that. Yank. Going for the cover. Solo. Shoulders are down.
Big time win in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and black mass. Lights out. Checkmate. It's over. Going for the cover. Solo. Shoulders are down.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Here are your winners. The team of
The secret psychologists don't want you to know. Imagine lying in bed, eyes half closed, the world fading around you, and yet your mind refuses to settle. Thoughts swirl, memories surface, questions bubble up, and somewhere in the shadows of your mind, secrets
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold blood. There's a kick and black mass. Lights out. Does that close out for Black? Going for the cover. Solo. Shoulders are down.
Scores the win. What a great team.
Here are your winners.
Psychologists
The team of Aleister Black.
feel and behave, but not everything makes it into textbooks or mainstream journals. Some discoveries are too unsettling, too powerful, or too controversial to share freely. They whisper about human impulses, hidden desires, and mental patterns that shape everything we do, yet most of us remain completely unaware. And the more we ignore them, the more they influence our lives. Imagine realizing that the way you make decisions, form attachments, or even dream at night might be subtly controlled by patterns you've never noticed. Real quick before we start, Smash that like button and subscribe.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and Black Mass! Lights out! Black might have brought this to a close. Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
There's the winners of the tag match.
Here are your winners.
Feel safe, fun, or valuable to us. And most of the time, we don't even realize it's happening. The moment you meet someone, your brain is already busy measuring things like body language, voice tone, and even tiny facial expressions. These little cues send messages. Friend or foe, trustworthy or unreliable. Evolution shaped us this way.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and Black Mass! Lights out. Deep Black just put an end to this. They might be able to put this one away right here.
What a tag match.
Our brains are wired to prefer what feels familiar.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
Hearing it again and again. People work the same way. The more often we see or interact with someone, the more comfortable they feel, and comfort often grows into liking. That's why classmates, co-workers, or neighbors often become friends without much effort. But frequency alone isn't enough. Emotions are contagious. If someone makes you laugh,
ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cold. There's a kick and Black Mass! Lights out! That's going to keep Sikoa down. Yeah, going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
And it's over. Big tag team win there.
Is another major factor. We are
Here are
drawn
your
to
winners.
people who reflect
The
our
team
values, interests, or even just our energy. Discovering that someone loves the same music, shares your hometown, or laughs at the same silly joke creates instant connection. It feels like finding a member of your tribe, and our brains reward that sense of belonging. Most of all, we crave being understood. When someone listens carefully, acknowledges our feelings, and mirrors
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and Black Mass! Lights out!
That could put Solo down for good.
Hoping that was it. Was it? How did he get the shoulder up? How is he still in this match?
By the skin of his teeth.
These are the foundations.
In a chaotic 3-on-3 match like this, I'd like to think that teamwork is essential.
Definitely. These men need to watch each other's backs at all times and make sure their side always has...
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Big time win in this tag team match.
Our brains are wired to judge quickly sometimes.
Here are your
These
winners.
little mistakes.
The team
Before you've had time to explain who you are, people are already reading your face, your body language, even the way you carry yourself. Those first few seconds don't just matter, they can set the tone for everything that follows. Think about walking into a room full of strangers. If your posture is open, your smile genuine, and your energy welcoming, you've already won half the battle. People lean toward you because
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Blooded, remorseless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here in WWE. Come on, there's a kick and Black Mass! Lights out! Did Black just put an end to this? And he's into the pin!
And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
Here are your winners. The team
All of these shape the story someone's mind writes about you in seconds. Later, we'll talk more about things like eye contact and vocal tone, but here they all fuse into one powerful first picture. And here's where it gets tricky. People rarely change their initial judgment. Sure, with time and consistency, you can rewrite that story. But why make it harder on yourself?
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold-blooded, remorseless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here. So, tying the table. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out. Going for the cover. Shoulders are down.
And they score the win. What a tag match.
Here are your winners. The team of
shared experiences deepen the bond. But it all starts with those fleeting seconds. And in the world of connection, those seconds can open doors that words alone never could. The power of a genuine smile. Picture this. You walk into a room full of strangers, and someone flashes you a real, unforced smile. Instantly, your guard drops a little.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Will that be it? Will that be enough? Yes, this could do it for the win.
Scores the win. What a great team.
Here are your winners.
It's one of the strongest tools to make people like you almost instantly. What's fascinating is that smiling doesn't just influence others, it changes you too. When you smile, your brain releases feel. Good chemicals like dopamine and endorphins. That little chemical cocktail doesn't just make you happier, it makes you come across as more approachable. People don't just see the smile, they feel it in the energy you give
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. That can certainly do it. Yes. Oh, cover. Hoping to end
It's over. Big tag team win there.
Here are your winners. The team of
and one that comes from genuine emotion. A fake smile is flat, all mouth and no eyes, and it can make people feel uneasy. A real one, though, lights up your whole face. If you want to make it authentic, think about something that truly makes you happy, even for a second. That little spark transforms the way your expression lands. Smiling also bridges gaps in moments where words might
The bell
fail.
rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. The lights are out for Sikoa. Going for the cover. Shoulders are down.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
It sets the stage for
Here are
all
your
other
winners.
psychological
The
things.
team of
Eye contact, wearing, or using someone's name. Think of it as your opening move, the simplest yet most powerful way to shape how people feel about you from the very first second. A genuine smile doesn't just make people like you, it makes them want to stay near you, mirroring without being creepy. Have you ever noticed how two close friends sometimes sit the same way? Tilt their heads at the same angle.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
Nobody's coming back from that.
Going for the cover. Shoulders are down.
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
Will come off as, well, kind of creepy.
Here are your winners.
It's cool.
The team of
As our brains are wired for connection. Think about it. When someone reflects our body language or speech patterns, our subconscious reads it as, this person is like me. I can trust them. It taps into something ancient, almost primal, the same instincts that once helped small groups of humans feel safe together. That's why mirroring is considered one of the most powerful psychological...
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and blood mass. Lights out.
That could put Solo down for good.
With the cover.
This might be it. What a tag match we just saw.
Minutes later,
Here are your winners.
During a story, you lean in just a touch. It's less about cloning and more about normalizing. Mirroring isn't just physical either.
Do some right private vitals so yeah, we're feeling.
Word choice. If someone speaks softly and slowly, responding in a rushed, loud voice breaks the rhythm. But when you match their style, it creates a natural flow, almost like a dance. Remember when we talked about vocal tone and pace?
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Colt, there's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Put a bow on it. This one's wrapped up. And here's the cover.
Could be it. Got it. There's the winners of the tag match.
It's a whole other technique we'll dig into later.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena.
I get you. And when people feel understood, they relax. They trust. And trust, as you'll see in topics like vulnerability and consistency, is the bedrock of real connection. So the next time you're talking to someone new, try this little psychological hack. Mirror, not mimic. Reflect. Don't copy. Done right. It feels
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Does that close it out for Black? Yank going to the pin for the win.
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
It's that razor-thin balance that decides whether someone feels or uneasy. And the funny thing, most of us don't even realize how much our eyes are speaking long before our mouths do. Think about the last time you met someone new. If their eyes darted around the room, you probably felt like they weren't really interested. On the other hand, if they locked onto you without blinking, it probably felt more like a staring contest than a conversation.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out.
Signed, sealed, and delivered.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down. Making the save. Still alive here.
Honestly.
Boom! Face first.
Bam! Discus knee strike.
There are a lot of combinations in a six-man. There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out.
Skip Black just put an end to this.
There's two. Kick out. Kick out and kicked out.
How in the world?
There's even a couple researchers suggest.
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down. Boom.
He's going for the cover.
For the win.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
But here's the psychological hack that really ties it back to making people like you. Adjust your eye contact to match the situation. With someone shy, softer glances reassure them. With someone confident, longer eye contact shows you can keep up. It's not about a rigid rule. It's about tuning yourself to the person in front of you.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Colt, there's a kick and blood mass. Lights out.
Feeling like it's over for Sikoa.
Oh, pin down. The cover.
are dead.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Here are your winners. The team of
and instead of them forgetting your name 2 seconds later, they actually use it in the conversation. Doesn't it feel surprisingly good? It's such a small detail, yet it carries a huge psychological punch. Our names are deeply tied to our sense of identity. When someone remembers and uses it, it signals respect, attention, and even a touch
ice in their
of
veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole.
There's a kick and lights out. Will that be the deciding factor?
And Tagalog has him
Shoulders down. This might do it.
He comes to the rescue for his team. Right into the canvas for the attitude adjustment.
Is that going to decide it for Cena?
And how exactly do you put your ego aside in a six-man tag team match? There's a lot of pride on both sides here.
Well, if you're smart, you place victory as priority number 1. Because if one wins, you all win. Play for the team now. If you want to fight over the credit.
There's a kick and lights out. The lights are out for Sikoa.
Cover. Got there. This was almost over.
He's got the support of the whole arena right now.
There's a kick and lights out.
No need to back. That's going to do it.
Got it. There's the winners of the tag match.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Joe Vaughan.
Overdoing it can feel strange, but the right balance makes people feel noticed and important. Think of it like seasoning in cooking. Just enough transforms the flavor, too much ruins the dish. Names also help bridge distance. In group conversations, calling someone by name pulls them back in, almost like a spotlight. In moments of disagreement...
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That packed...
There's a kick and lights out. Black might have brought this to a close.
Into the cover for the win. And it's over. Big tag team win there.
And here's the best part.
Here are your winners.
While it
The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Joe Vaughan.
Art of complimenting. Compliments are like little gifts we hand out. But here's the secret. Not all gifts are created equal. A forced or generic compliment feels like wrapping up an empty box. People can sense it, and instead of building connection, it does the opposite. But when a compliment is thoughtful, specific, and real, it has the power to unlock warmth and trust almost instantly. It tells someone, I see you.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole.
There's a kick and lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down.
Yanked, can this be it? Is this the end? And they score the win. What a tag match. I felt the vibration of that one from all the way over here.
Here are your winners.
Notice
The team of
they put into explaining an idea clearly, or the way they made everyone feel comfortable in a group and you point it out. It resonates. That kind of compliment sticks because it feels personal. Another key is variety. Complimenting only someone's appearance can feel shallow. Sure, telling someone they look nice has its place, but shifting to traits
The
like
bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And
there's a kick and lights out. That's one hell of an exclamation mark.
A pin. We have a pin.
making the save there. John Cena. Adjustment.
Is that all? There's a kick and lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down.
There's two.
comes out on top in this tag team match.
No muss, no fuss on that delivery. Someone clearly doesn't want this match to go on much longer than it has.
Compliments also set the stage for reciprocity. When you make someone feel valued, they're more likely to warm up to you and reflect that positivity back. Later, we'll dive into how reciprocity works in relationships, but compliments are one of the simplest ways to spark it. The beauty of this art is that it doesn't cost anything, yet it makes people light up. When you
the Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Does that close it out for Black?
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders it down.
Scores the win. What a great team.
Imagine trying to tell an exciting story about your
Here are your winners. The team
and the person across from you just stares blankly, nodding with the energy of a brick wall. Instantly, the momentum dies. On the flip side, picture sharing a quiet, vulnerable thought while someone responds like they're cheering at a sports game. It feels overwhelming, even dismissive. That's why matching energy levels in conversation is one of the most subtle.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cole.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. The lights are out for Sikoa.
And now the shoulders down.
This might be it.
Big time win in this tag team match.
Psychologists call it rapport. Probably just
Here are your winners. The team
lean in at the same pace, laugh at the same rhythm, and match each other's enthusiasm. It feels effortless. Think of it like a dance. If one partner is waltzing and the other is breakdancing, things get messy fast. But when you move to the same beat, it feels natural, even magical. The trick isn't to mimic every detail that would feel forced. It's about reading the other person.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And
there's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Black might have brought this to a close.
He can be enjoying the moment too much, giving his opponent a lot of room to recover. Shoulders down. Does he have it?
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Just on the radio to catch the one.
Here are your winners.
The
team
People feel understood without you saying a word. Later, when we talk about subconscious synchrony, like walking in step with someone, you'll see how this principle goes even deeper. But here's the real secret. Matching energy levels isn't just about making others comfortable. It makes them feel important. It shows you care enough to meet them in their moment. And when people feel valued...
The bell rings, the Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember, Cole, that this version of the Bloodline is essentially comprised of the Black...
there's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
That could put Solo down for good.
Going for the cover. He might just have it.
Got it. What a tag match we just saw.
Here are your winners. The
team their turn to talk actually leans in and gives you their full attention. Feels rare, right? That's exactly why it's powerful. In a world where most people are busy trying to get their words out, the person who listens really listens stands out immediately. And that simple shift is one of the strongest psychological facts to make people like you. When you let someone talk, you're not just being...
The bell rings, the Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack...
there's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out. And down for the count.
the win. What a great team.
It's like showing through words.
Here are your winners. The team
Their words actually matter. The trick is to balance silence with subtle signals. If you're just staring blankly, it feels awkward. If you say, "That's interesting," or "Tell me more," the conversation flows like water. And here's where curiosity comes in when you ask thoughtful questions. It shows you care about their world. Later, we'll dive
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Did Black just put an end to this? Yeah, he's going for the pin.
It's over. Big tag team win there.
So by giving them the
Here are your
chance to
winners.
share,
The team Alistair Black.
light up with positive feelings, and all of that becomes linked to you. That's why listening is more than a nice habit. It's a psychological shortcut to likability. But here's the secret layer. Listening more doesn't mean never speaking. It means when you do talk, your words carry more weight because they're shaped by what you've absorbed. You're not throwing out random
The bell rings. The
stories.
bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
That could put Solo down for good.
Oh, he timed that counter well.
He's thinking he could end it here.
We're about to see it. Hey! Cena put this one away.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
Now's the time to capitalize.
There's two.
Got it. There's the winners of the tag match.
Asking questions that spark
Here are your winners. The
conversations never feel like interviews. They flow, they breathe, and they make you feel like you're not just heard but understood. That's the magic of asking the right kind of questions. It's not about firing off a list or trying to impress with cleverness. It's about sparking something inside the other person that makes them want to open up. Think of it this way. When someone asks you,
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the bloodline only has... there's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. The lights are out for Sikoa. Big shoulders down.
Might put away right now. Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
Here are your winners. The team
Shallow draws. Others open deep chests of stories, emotions, and trust. The trick is knowing which key to use. Open-ended questions work best. Instead of, "Did you like the movie?" Try, "What did you think about the ending?" One invites a yes or no. The other invites
The bloodline looks as
personality.
menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside.
Oh, it is over.
Black might have brought this to a close. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Business here is all but over.
We have a pin. Shoulders are down.
And the score to win. What a tag match.
That's where it comes alive.
Here are your winners. The
Asking
team
questions without truly listening is like setting a table and never serving the meal. When you lean in, nod, and follow up, "Really? What happened next?" The other person feels your attention as much as they hear your words. There's also the art of layering. Start simple, then go deeper. Where did you grow up? Might lead to, What was your favorite?
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
Feelings
There's a kick. Black mass. Lights out. Does that close it out for Black? Not sure if he should waste all his time hot dogging around.
He's covering him. He's got him. Big time win in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The team
of shared secrets. There's something strangely powerful about a whispered confession. Think back to when a friend leaned in and told you something no one else knew. In that moment, the bond between you shifted. You weren't just casual acquaintances anymore, you were part of their inner circle. That feeling isn't random, it's psychology at work. Sharing secrets taps into one of our deepest needs, trust.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That there's a kick. Lights out.
Deep Black just put an end to this.
And he's into the pin.
What a match and what a great team.
Here are your winners. The team of
Sometimes it's a quirky habit, an embarrassing childhood story, or an unpopular opinion. The content matters less than the gesture itself. What really counts is the unspoken message. You're safe with me. That's why even small disclosures can transform surface-level interaction into a meaningful connection. But here's the catch.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold-blooded.
Right foot graveyard. Did Black just put an end to this? Going for the pin.
Kick out to stay alive.
We'll see if this is the start of a rally. And that can vanquish Tama.
There's a lot of bodies in this match, Corey. How exactly does one of these teams get the advantage over? There's a kick out. Lights out.
Now that's how you put it in. Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
Here are your winners. The team
It's why inside jokes, whispered comments, or private stories feel so satisfying they mark you as part of a special circle. This principle is everywhere, from friendships to romances to workplace alliances. Think about co-workers who bond over frustrations that never leave the office walls, or couples whose private stories become part of their love language. Secrets become glue.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick.
Lights out. That's going to keep Sokoa down.
Yanked right up. Shoulders down. Does he have it? Saving his team from defeat.
Conversations into unforgettable moments.
Boom! Face first. Turn out the lights. The party's over.
Black might have brought this to a close. Got it. What a tag match we just saw.
Here are your winners. The team
Humor as a shortcut to bonding. Think about the last time you laughed with someone. Not a polite chuckle, but the kind of laugh that sneaks up on you and makes your stomach hurt. In that moment, didn't you feel closer to them, even if you just met? That's the magic of humor. It works like social glue, turning strangers into friends and friends into allies, often faster than anything else. When people laugh together, walls come down, and connection rushes in to take their place. Psychologically, laughter signals safety. Our brains interpret
ice in their
it as
veins,
a
that's
cue.
perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold.
Around us.
There's a kick. Lights out. Does that pull down for Black?
Deep into the match. This could end it. Comes out on top in this tag team match.
A small shared joke creates a sense
Here are your
of
winners. The
experience.
team of
It's the subtlety. Humor works best when it's inclusive. Making fun of yourself a little? That can be charming. Making fun of others? That usually backfires, unless you already share a deep level of trust. The safest and most effective humor is observational, noticing something quirky in the moment, or laughing at the universal awkwardness of being human. Those kinds of jokes
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. The lights are out for Sikoa.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Their story or playing along makes them feel seen.
Here are your winners. The team
It's less about delivering punchlines and more about creating shared joy. What's fascinating is how humor overlaps with other psychological tools. It often involves vulnerability because you're putting yourself out there. It sparks reciprocity, since laughter tends to be contagious. And it builds memories. People may forget the details of your conversation, but they'll remember that you made them laugh.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Black might have brought this to a close.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
Everyone loves a good story.
Here are your winners.
How many
The
times
team
have you
of
seen
Aleister Black.
barely remembering a word, but walked away from a movie or a friend's tale replaying the scenes in your head? That's the magic of storytelling. And when you learn to use it in everyday conversation, it becomes one of the most magnetic psychological facts to make people like you. Stories light up the brain in a way facts and statements never can. When someone says,
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Does that close it out for Black? It looks like he could get it done here.
And it's over. Big tag team win there.
You remember it later. Stories
Here are your
just
winners.
tell information.
The team of Aleister Black. John Cena.
Is why stories build instant connection. They reveal pieces of who you are without lecturing or oversharing. A funny childhood memory, a small mistake that turned into a lesson, or a quick adventure gone wrong. All of these create warmth and relatability. And here's the kicker. When you tell a story, people often respond with their own.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down.
shoulders down. This could be it.
It's just a story.
Oh my God, he's still in the match. He got the shoulder up right at the last moment. And how exactly do you put your ego aside in a six-man tag team match? There's a lot of pride on both sides here.
If you're smart, you place victory as priority number one. Because if one wins, you all win. Play for the team now. If you want to fight over the credit, challenge them to a singles match later and settle it all then.
Later.
He decides this isn't the moment.
Hope he doesn't miss his chance because of this choice.
Clothesline.
Just a nasty headbutt. What a knee.
And quickly into the cover.
Might be in trouble.
Scores the win. What a great team.
They don't just like your story.
Here are your
They
winners.
understood.
The team of
It's flexible. So next time you want to stand out, don't just trade facts. Share a little story. It's not about being the funniest or the most dramatic. It's about creating moments people carry with them long after the conversation ends. Body language that signals warmth. Picture this: you walk into a room, and before you even say a word, people already form an impression of you.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole, there's a kick and black mass! Lights out!
Dominating maneuver could end things.
A reversal! He saw that coming. Now he sets the cover. Can he keep him down? Makes the save, and they continue this match. Attitude adjustment from Cena.
And that can vanquish Tama.
There's a kick and black mass! Lights out! Alistair just turned the lights out. 2 counts.
There's the winners of the tag match.
Here are your winners. The team of...
Combine that with a slight forward lean, and suddenly you're not just present, you're engaged. Then there's the face. A genuine smile, even a small one, acts like a social magnet. But warmth also shows up in the eyes. Soft eye contact, not staring, not darting away, creates trust.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the bloodline only has one motive: total destruction.
There's a kick and black mass!
Lights out. Black might have brought this to a close. Going for the cover. He might just have it.
Big time win in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The team of Alistair.
Beautifully to mirroring, but here it works as part of a larger picture of openness. Proximity matters as well. Standing just close enough to show you're interested, but not so close that it invades personal space, creates comfort. Add small nods when others speak, and you reinforce that sense of being attentive and safe to talk to. Even movement plays a role. Slow, deliberate gestures calm the atmosphere.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and black mass! Lights out! That can certainly do it. Here's the cover. Does he have it? Just escapes to it. Here's Cena. Attitude adjustment.
And that can vanquish Tama.
3-on-3 matches are always an interesting situation. What do these guys have? There's a kick and black mass. Lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out. 2 counts.
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The team of
Actions rest upon. So next time you want to leave a lasting impression, remember before you even speak, your body has already said it all. Make sure it's saying warmth. Vocal tone and pace. Sounding approachable. It's not always what you say that makes people like you. It's how you say it. Think about it. 2 people could read the same exact sentence, but one makes you lean in, while the
Ice in their
other makes you
veins,
want to
that's
check
perhaps
your
the only
phone.
way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold blood.
There's
a kick and black mass! Lights out!
That could put Solo down for good.
He wants to end this. Making the save, still alive here. A great display of confidence, but he doesn't want to give his opponent. There's a kick and black mass! Lights out! Does that close out this one? That could put Tama down for good.
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
Psychologists
Here are
say
your winners. The team of Alistair.
a softer, warmer tone signals friendliness. A slower, steady pace suggests confidence. Put them together, and you've got the recipe for instant likability. Here's a fun experiment. The next time you greet someone, lower your tone just a notch and slow your words slightly. You'll notice they instinctively relax, because your voice is telling them,
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole, there's a kick and black mass! Lights out! Checkmate! It's over! He seem to be enjoying the moment too much, giving his opponent a lot of cover for the win.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
While pausing at the right moment makes your words sink deeper. Those pauses, tiny silences, are often more powerful than words themselves. And here's where it connects with other hacks. Just like eye contact signals attention, your tone and pace reinforce sincerity. Later, when we talk about storytelling that makes you magnetic, you'll see how the best stories live. Not
the bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and mass. Lights out.
That could put Solo down for good.
Yep, in. Shoulders down.
I put it away right now.
That's one way to break up a pin attempt.
It's not only your message
that is the confidence of John Cena. The confidence you have when you are the face that runs the place.
We may be moments away from Solo's demise.
We're getting a little too close for my comfort, guys.
There are a lot of combinations in this situation. What a response. There's a kick and black mass. Lights out. That's one hell of an exclamation point.
And it's over. Big tag team win there.
Here are your winners. The team
to give back. It's wired into our psychology, a survival mechanism from the days when humans lived in tight communities. If your neighbor shared food with you during a tough season, you were expected to share when their turn came. Those who ignored the rule risked being cast out, and back then, exclusion could mean death. That ancient pressure still lingers in our...
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and black mass. Lights out.
Signed, sealed, and delivered.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
Got it. What a tag match we just saw.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and
You're both valued and motivated to value you in return. But here's where the magic deepens. Reciprocity doesn't have to be equal in scale. A smile can trigger a smile. A small act of kindness can spark loyalty. People rarely calculate perfectly. Instead, they respond emotionally. This is why even tiny
ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cold. There's a kick. Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down. And he had Javon going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down. Got there. Cena with an attitude adjustment.
Cena connected.
There's a kick and close pass. Lights out. Business here is almost over. Two.
And they score the win. What a tag match.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
Whether it's time, kindness, or attention, you strengthen the threads holding your relationships together. And the beauty is, those threads don't just bind others to you, they make you feel more connected too. Reciprocity isn't about keeping score. It's about creating a cycle of giving that leaves everyone richer, showing vulnerability without oversharing. There's a quiet...
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and mass. Lights out.
Might have brought this to a close.
Yep, going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
He scores the win. What a great team.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena,
And instead of feeling connection, people may feel overwhelmed. Think about meeting someone new. If they tell you a small, personal detail, maybe they admit they were nervous about coming to the event, or that they once embarrassed themselves in a funny way. It makes them relatable. It signals honesty. You think, okay, this person isn't pretending to be perfect. That kind of sharing invites you to
The bell
relax.
rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Did Black just put an end to this? He's eyeing the 3 count here.
There's the winners of the tag match.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena.
So can the depth of what you share. The beauty of this approach is that it ties directly into reciprocity. When you reveal a little piece of yourself, it often encourages the other person to do the same. Before you know it, you're not just exchanging facts about your jobs or hobbies, you're sharing experiences and emotions that stick. That's the moment when liking deepens into genuine
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cold blood. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
Feeling like it's over for Sokoa.
Yanked right off the cover. The cover. That stops the count. What a save.
At its heart, vulnerability is about trust.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Aleister just turned the lights out.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
Small acts of kindness that stick. It's funny how the tiniest gestures can leave the biggest impressions. Think about a time when someone held the door open for you on a rough day, or when a stranger offered a genuine compliment right when you needed it. Those little moments don't just vanish, they stick, tucked away in your memory, shaping how you feel about that person. And that's why small acts of kindness...
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That Pac-Man...
Oh, it is over.
Aleister just turned the lights out. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
That has to be the end right there.
Yank going for the cover. Solo shoulders it in.
Got it. What a tag match we just saw.
To share your regret. Remember how
Here are your winners. The team of
Aleister Black. Small, almost ordinary gestures carry extraordinary weight. Why? Because kindness shows effort. It proves you paid attention, that you cared enough to go a little out of your way. Remember when we talked about the power of remembering little details? This is where it comes alive. When you recall something small about someone and act on it, it tells them, you matter. And that's a feeling no one forgets.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cold-blooded, remorseless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here in WWE.
Come on, Cole. That's what the Bloodline has always been about. Just because this version of the crew is unapologetic about that fact doesn't make it any less the case. Yes, the Bloodline is cold-blooded, and that's what makes them continue to be as dominant as ever.
I love how you pretend you're not completely terrified of all these people, Corey. Dominant they are, but terrifying nonetheless.
Slips away just in time.
Yeah, I bet. I can trash the triangle, but whatever. Yeah, that ain't gonna revert. But one that actually works.
Quick pin attempt here. Slips the shoulder up too soon.
Tagged in here.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Black might have brought this to a close. Yank right off the
This could be it. It could end right here.
It's over. Big tag team win there.
Here are your winners.
Positivity.
The team of Aleister Black.
Using with confidence, a smile, and a friendly tone. Without knowing anything else about them, you might already assume they're smart, trustworthy, or even kind. That's the halo effect at work, a powerful psychological shortcut our brains use, and one of the most underrated facts to make people like you. The halo effect happens when one positive trait overshadows everything else.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That packed. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
No ifs about it. That's going to do it.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
And they score the win. What a tag match.
Here are your winners.
To assume they're good people off screen too, even if we don't really know them. The same principle applies in everyday life. Show up with a positive, approachable vibe, and people will unconsciously give you credit for much more than just your mood. Here's where it gets practical. Simple things like remembering someone's name, offering a thoughtful compliment, or laughing at the right moment.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
Turn the lights out.
Yank into the cover. This might be it.
And that's it. Scores the win for the teams.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
It's finding something real to highlight gratitude, appreciation, or genuine curiosity about the other person. When your warmth is authentic, the halo effect amplifies it tenfold. Best part? Halo stick. Once someone has that positive picture of you in their mind, small slip-ups won't damage your reputation as easily. They'll give you the benefit of the doubt, because in their eyes, you're
ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
That's going to keep Sikoa down.
Yank going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
You'll feel truly sick.
Here are your winners. The team of
listens without distraction, and for just a few minutes, it feels like the rest of the world disappears. That's what it means to be truly seen. And here's the secret. Making others feel that way is one of the most powerful psychological hacks to make them like you. Most of the time, people are half listening. They're nodding while checking their phone, or already planning what they'll say next.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cold-blooded, remorseless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here in WWE.
Come on, Cole. That's what the Bloodline has always been about. Just because this version of the crew is unapologetic about that fact doesn't...
there's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out. That's a game, and gentlemen. He might have him. As close to three as you could possibly get without the bell ringing.
In a chaotic 3-on-3 match like this, I'd like to think that teamwork is essential.
Definitely. These men need to watch each other's backs at all times and make sure their side always has the favorable matchup.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Scores the win. What a great team.
You just told them without words.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
Feels small, but in their mind, it's huge. Making people feel seen also means giving space for their emotions. If they're excited, match that energy. If they're vulnerable, slow down and let them breathe. That emotional mirroring, which we touched on earlier, deepens trust. Later, when we explore giving people status and
the bell rings, the Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and Bloodline! Lights out!
Feeling like it's over for Sikoa.
Going for the pin for the win!
Guys, there's the winners of the tag match.
Every word you say.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
In a world where everyone else is too busy looking past them, subconscious synchrony, walking and moving together. Have you ever fallen into step with someone without even trying? One moment, you're walking side by side, and suddenly your feet hit the ground in rhythm. Your arms swing in unison, almost like a silent dance. It feels natural, effortless, and strangely bonding.
The bell rings, the Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and Bloodline! Lights out! The lights are on for Sikoa. Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
Signaling we're aligned, we're safe, we're together. And the other person's brain, often without conscious thought, picks up that signal and responds in kind. This synchrony isn't just about walking. It shows up in conversations. When two people lean forward at the same time, cross their arms together, or even take sips of water in near unison.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cole, there's a kick and Blood Mass! Lights out!
Goodbye and good night.
She might have him here.
Is this it? Got it. Big time tag team win.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
Soldiers marching, dancers moving as one, or athletes celebrating in rhythm, all of them experience heightened bonding thanks to this hidden mechanism. It creates a sense of us without a single word being spoken. The beauty of subconscious synchrony is that it doesn't have to be forced. Simply being present and attentive allows your body to pick up on another's rhythm.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and Blood Mass! Lights out! The lights are out for Sikoa. Counters with an attempt going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down. And keeps it. John Cena.
Two adjustment.
Is that all Cena needs? Byron, what do you think is going to be the key factor in this six-man tag team match? Uh-oh. Reversal. There's a kick and Blood Mass. Lights out.
That's got to be one for the pin. And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
Humans are wired to respond to the oldest forms of communication we have. Long before we had words, a touch meant comfort, reassurance, or connection. Even today, the right kind of touch can instantly build warmth, trust. But the key word here is subtle. Done wrong, it feels invasive. Done right, it can make someone feel closer to you without them even realizing why.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That Pac-Man. Left foot hospital, right foot graveyard.
That could put some...
There's a kick and Blood Mass. Lights out.
Did just put an end to this.
Yay, boy. He covers. Is this it? Could be.
Big time win in this tag team match.
Setting matters a lot. A touch
Here
that
are your
feels
winners,
very
the team of
safely feel out of place in a professional meeting. Context and relationship level should guide you. If you're unsure, less is more. A handshake, for instance, is one of the most universal forms of acceptable touch. Firm, but not crushing. Warm, but not lingering. It sets the tone right from the start. Touch also works hand in hand with other hacks.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Colt, there's a kick and Blackman's lights out. That's going to keep Sokoa down. Yep, going for the cover. Solo shooting for this.
And it's over. Big tag team win there.
It's the opposite.
Here are your winners, the team of Aleister Black, John Cena.
Touch creates micro moments of connection. It breaks down invisible walls and makes people feel more at ease in your presence. You don't need to be dramatic about it. In fact, the quieter it is, the more powerful it becomes, because sometimes the lightest tap can speak louder than words saying, "I see you, I value you, and you can trust me," echoing words to build instant rapport.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and Blackman's lights out.
Nobody's coming back from that.
Yeah, here's the pin attempt.
What a tag match we just saw.
Here are your winners, the team of Aleister Black.
Here's how it works. When someone shares a thought, an emotion, or even a single phrase, repeating a piece of it back gently naturally signals that you're paying attention. Say a friend tells you, "I've been so stressed at work lately." Instead of jumping straight to advice, you might respond, "Stressed, huh? That sounds rough." In that tiny moment, they feel heard.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and Blackman's lights out. Black might have brought this to a close. Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
Here are your winners, the team of Aleister
Tells the
Black.
other person's brain, we're in sync. And our brains love that feeling. It's the same reason we naturally gravitate toward people who share our humor, our tastes, or even our rhythm in conversation. The trick, of course, is not to overdo it. Nobody wants to talk to a human parrot. The magic lies in subtlety, echoing just enough to show empathy and connection.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. There's a kick and Blackman's lights out.
Feeling like it's over for Sokoa.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
Got it. There's the winners of the tag match.
Like listening more than you speak.
Here are your winners,
Questions that
the
sound
team of Aleister Black, John
like someone's words. You open the door for them to go deeper, to share more. And when people share more with you, they start to feel that closeness, like you're someone they can trust. So the next time you want to build instant rapport, don't rush to fill the silence with your own story. Pause. Listen. Echo a little of what you hear. It may feel simple, but it makes the other person.
The bell
feel
rings. The
valued.
bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and Blackman's lights out. Does that pull down for Black? And into the pin. Is that enough? Breaks the pin. Keeps this one going. Florida reversal. Not targeting the arm. A great display of confidence, but he doesn't want to give his opponent added motivation. Oh, no. 3-on-3 matches.
So, here's Cena.
Black got caught with all of it. That could have decided for Cena.
Wow. I thought for sure that was it.
Every time someone sees you, they end up laughing, relaxing, or feeling heard. Their brain quietly wires those feelings to your presence. Over time, just being around you becomes the trigger for that emotion.
Throwing down punches and counters out.
There's a kick and black mass. Lights out.
That's got to be the end right there. Here we go. He thinks this is it.
Scores a win. What a great team.
You don't mean to, but if you consistently show up with warmth,
Here are your winners.
with
The
pride,
team
you're trying
of
their subconscious to feel better when you're near. Remember when we talked about humor as a shortcut to bonding? That's a perfect anchor. It makes people crave your company because laughter feels addictive. Anchoring doesn't have to be dramatic. Even small patterns work. Maybe every time you meet a friend, you greet them with genuine excitement or share an uplifting story. Maybe you remember their wins and celebrate them out loud. These moments don't
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole,
There's a kick and black mass. Lights out.
Put him on. This one's wrapped up.
He's making his move.
He made this.
John Cena.
Adjustment.
Cena connected there.
One thing about six-man tag matches, they tend to get one.
There's a kick and black mass. Lights out.
That's going to keep Sokoa down.
And they score the win. What a tag match.
When they forget your
Here are your
words,
winners.
your presence, scarcity and mystery, leaving them wanting more. It's funny sometimes, the less we reveal, the more people lean in. Think about a movie trailer that shows just enough to spark your curiosity without giving away the whole story. That's the same psychology at play when it comes to making people like you. Scarcity and mystery keep interest alive.
the bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and black mass. Lights out.
Now's the time to capitalize.
Counters. He goes for the pin.
Could this be it?
He comes to the rescue for his team.
Actually makes people value your presence more.
There's a.
It's not
The lights are out for Sokoa. Cena can put it away here.
comes out on top in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The
Curiosity. Imagine someone says, I once had the craziest experience in another country, but that's a story for another time. Instantly, your mind wants to know more. That open loop pulls people in and keeps you on their radar long after the conversation ends. The trick is balance. Too much mystery, and you risk seeming distant or closed off. Too much availability.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And
there's a kick and black mass. Lights out.
Dick Black just put an end to this.
Looking to end this once and for all.
Big time win in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The team of.
Not everyone gets the full story, so when someone does, it feels like a privilege. And later, when we dive into anchoring good feelings to your presence, you'll see how timing your stories and energy can make your company unforgettable. In the end, leaving people wanting more isn't manipulation, it's respect for the natural rhythm of connection. You're giving just enough to keep
the bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That
there's a kick and black mass. Lights out.
Black's might have brought this to a close.
going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
How in the world did he kick out there?
Are you
kidding me? And that can vanquish Tama.
It was just for a moment.
Oh no, Solo, Samoan Spike. Solo can end this now.
And still in this. How?
We're in this together. Those little words, we, us.
Face first. Touch. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. There is no coming back from that. He's got the shoulders down. This is it.
And they score the win. What a tag match.
Here are your winners. The Team Up.
Throughout history, belonging to an us group meant safety, resources, and survival. That instinct is still alive today. Even if the stakes are no longer life or death, when someone uses inclusive language, it nudges us into that us category, sparking feelings of trust, loyalty, and warmth. The beauty is how simple it is to create.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick. It's Black Mass. Lights out. Will that be it? Will that be enough? Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
Got it. What a tag match we just saw.
Understanding the cycle. See this principle.
Here are your winners. The
Matches
Team Up.
rallying teams with "we can win," politicians building connection with "our future," even marketers lean on it with slogans like "because we're worth it." The language works because it taps directly into our primal need to belong. Of course, it only works if it feels genuine. If you use us language but act selfishly, people notice the mismatch.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside.
Oh, it is over. Did Black just put an end to this?
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
Now that's how you put the nail in the coffin.
Yank, he's got him down to the pin. Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The Team Up.
And once people feel like they belong, they're far more likely to like you. The power of remembering little details. Imagine telling someone offhandedly that your favorite dessert is apple pie, and weeks later, they surprise you by bringing it up. That moment of recognition feels electric, doesn't it? It's not really about the pie. It's about being seen and remembered.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cole, there's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out. Yeah, way to cover. This could be all over.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
The city you grew up in.
Here are your winners. The Team Up.
It breaks the pattern of forgettable conversations and plants a seed of trust. That seed often grows into deeper connection because we naturally feel drawn to people who notice us in ways others don't. The best part? It doesn't take much effort. All it requires is listening with intention and maybe making a quick mental note. If you struggle with memory,
ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cole, there's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
Dominating maneuver could end things.
There it is. Reversal. Going for the cover. Solo shoulders it out. He makes John Cena looking to end this. Hey. Is that all Cena needs? There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down.
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
Remembering someone's child's name.
Here are your winners. The Team Up. Alistair Black.
In personal life, it makes bonds stronger because people crave the feeling of being truly seen. What's fascinating is how this ties into other psychological hacks. Compliments feel more powerful when based on remembered details. Humor lands better when tied to shared moments. Even vulnerability feels safer when someone has already shown they were listening. At the end of the day, remembering little
The bell
details.
rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and bloodbath.
Lights out. Black might have brought this to a close.
Going for the cover. Simple shoulders are down.
Got it. There's the winners of the tag match.
Remembered detail leaves the biggest.
Here are your winners. The
Status
team of Aleister Black.
craves one simple thing, though most won't admit it out loud to feel important. When someone makes us feel seen, valued, and respected, it leaves a mark far deeper than any compliment. That's why giving people status and importance is such a powerful psychological fact to make others like you. It taps into one of the deepest human needs. Think about the last time someone introduced you in a way that elevated you. Maybe they said, "This is Sarah, she's amazing at solving problems," instead of just, "This is Sarah." Instantly, you felt proud, appreciated, maybe even more confident. That tiny moment of status boosting didn't just change how you felt about yourself, it changed how you felt about them. You liked them more because they made you feel significant. This works in everyday conversations too. It's not about flattery, it's about spotlighting someone's value. You can do it with simple things. Asking for their opinion, acknowledging their effort, or thanking them in a way that feels specific and sincere. Instead of saying, "Good job," you might say, "The way you handled that situation was so thoughtful, it really made a difference." That level of recognition sticks. What's fascinating is how this connects with other hacks. Complimenting, for example, is powerful, but when combined with giving someone importance, it goes beyond surface level. You're not just praising, you're validating their worth. Or think of the halo effect when you highlight one great quality in someone. It tends to make everything about them shine brighter in others' eyes too. Of course, authenticity matters. Empty praise or exaggerated status boosting can feel manipulative. But when it's genuine, it becomes a gift. People begin to associate you with the positive version of themselves they feel in your presence, and that association is magnetic. Here's the beauty. Giving importance doesn't cost you anything, yet it pays back endlessly. A small word of recognition, introducing someone with admiration, or simply listening like their words truly matter, these moments elevate people. And when they look back on who made them feel valued, your name is the one they'll remember. So if you want to be unforgettable, don't focus on shining the spotlight on yourself. Tilt it toward others. The glow you give them will reflect right back on you. Handling disagreements with grace. Handling disagreements with grace might just be one of the strongest ways to earn lasting respect and affection from people. Think about it. Anyone can be pleasant when things are going smoothly, but true character shows up in moments of conflict. Picture yourself in a tense conversation. Voices are rising, emotions are flaring, and yet, instead of fueling the fire, you stay calm, steady, and respectful. That simple choice can change the entire mood. Suddenly, what could have been a memory of hostility turns into a memory of understanding, and that sticks with people far longer than the details of who was right. The truth is, disagreements are an unavoidable part of life. We all come from different backgrounds, with unique values, beliefs, and experiences. Sooner or later, those differences collide. But here's the psychological twist. People rarely remember the fine points of the debate itself. What they carry with them is the emotional residue of how you treated them during that moment. Did you make them feel small, dismissed, or attacked? Or did you leave them feeling heard, respected, and safe, even if you disagreed? That distinction is what makes the difference between people avoiding you in the future or being drawn closer. One of the most effective tactics is to listen first. Even when you're burning with the urge to jump in and defend yourself, pausing to let the other person speak can diffuse tension almost instantly. Simple non-verbal cues like nodding, maintaining eye contact, or keeping your arms uncrossed show openness. Verbal phrases such as, "I see what you mean," or "That's a good point," don't mean you're giving up your stance. They simply acknowledge that the other person's feelings matter. Psychologists call this active listening, and it has a remarkable effect. It lowers defenses, creating an environment where collaboration becomes possible. Tone of voice is another overlooked but critical element. Our brains are wired to pick up on tone faster than words. You can say, "I understand," in a harsh, sarcastic voice and create hostility, or you can say the exact same phrase in a calm, steady tone and create peace. This is where slowing down your speech, lowering your volume, and softening your delivery can be transformative. It signals emotional control, and people instinctively trust those who can keep their cool under pressure. Another graceful strategy is finding common ground. Maybe you disagree about the method, but you both care about the same outcome. For example, two co-workers might clash on how to handle a project deadline, but both ultimately want the team to succeed. By drawing attention to that shared goal, "I think we both want the project to shine. We just see different paths to get there." You shift the energy from confrontation to collaboration. This ties directly into the psychological effect of us language. When you position yourself as part of the same team rather than an opponent, people are far more likely to soften and cooperate. It also helps to ask clarifying questions instead of making assumptions. A phrase like, "Can you help me understand why this matters so much to you?" not only shows humility, but also encourages them to open up. Often, conflicts aren't really about the surface issue, they're about deeper feelings like respect, recognition, or fear of loss. By giving them room to express that, you uncover the real heart of the disagreement, which often makes resolution easier. And here's a subtle but incredibly powerful move, knowing when to let go. Not every disagreement needs closure, and not every conflict requires a winner. Sometimes, the most graceful act is to say, "Let's agree to disagree," and leave it at that. That choice demonstrates maturity, showing that you care more about the relationship than scoring points. People don't forget that kind of restraint. It communicates trustworthiness and self-control, qualities that draw others toward you in the long run. Handled poorly, disagreements can chip away at even the strongest bonds, creating a lingering sense of resentment. But when handled with grace, they do the opposite. They actually deepen connections. Think about it. When you can withstand friction with someone and still maintain respect, it proves that the relationship is sturdy enough to survive challenges. That resilience builds trust, and trust is the foundation of genuine likability. There's even a biological angle here. When people feel respected in an argument, their stress response calms, and their brain produces less cortisol, the stress hormone. In contrast, feeling attacked spikes cortisol and leaves a bad imprint on the memory. That means a single hostile disagreement can stain how someone perceives you for months, while a calm, respectful one can leave them feeling closer than before. And let's not forget, graceful disagreement is rare. In a world where many people respond to conflict with defensiveness, sarcasm, or aggression, the person who stays steady and kind immediately stands out. That contrast alone makes you memorable in the best way. In the end, disagreements aren't about proving who's right. They're opportunities to prove something bigger, that you value the connection more than the clash. And when people see that you can disagree without hostility, that you can put respect before ego, they won't just like you, they'll admire and trust you. And trust, once earned in moments of conflict, is the glue that keeps relationships strong for years to come. Using curiosity to keep interest alive. Using curiosity to keep interest alive is like adding a spark to a fire. It turns something ordinary into something that feels exciting and magnetic. Think about the last time someone told you just a piece of a story, leaving out the ending. Your mind probably couldn't stop racing, trying to fill in the blanks. That sense of leaning in, waiting for more, is curiosity at its purest. And when you know how to weave it into your conversations, people don't just listen to you, they crave being around you. Psychologists call this the curiosity gap. Our brains are wired to dislike unfinished puzzles, and conversations are no different. When you drop just enough detail to make someone's imagination light up, you create a small, irresistible gap they want to close. For example, instead of saying, "I had a funny experience at the store," you might say, "You wouldn't believe what happened to me in the checkout line yesterday. It started normal, but then something completely unexpected happened." Suddenly, the other person is hooked. They need to know what comes next. And you've pulled them into a shared moment of intrigue. But curiosity doesn't just work when you're telling stories. One of the deepest ways to make people like you is by turning curiosity outward, directing it toward them. People naturally enjoy talking about themselves, but what they really love is when someone asks them questions that go beyond the surface. Instead of the usual, "How was your day?" try, "What's the most surprising thing that happened to you today?" Or even better, "If you could wake up tomorrow with a new skill, what would it be?" Questions like these make people pause, reflect, and often share something they've never voiced before. In that moment, you become the person who made them feel interesting. And that feeling is unforgettable. Curiosity also makes conversations flow more smoothly. Think about it. When you're genuinely curious, you don't have to force small talk. Your questions come naturally. Your reactions are authentic, and you create an energy that feels effortless. A simple, playful reaction like, "Wait, no way, tell me more," or even a raised eyebrow can encourage someone to keep going without feeling like they're being interrogated. The key is balance. Too much curiosity can feel overwhelming, like you're digging for secrets, but the right sprinkle here and there keeps the rhythm alive. There's even a deeper psychological layer to this. When you show curiosity about someone, it signals that you value them. Humans are wired to seek validation. And when someone feels truly listened to, their brain releases oxytocin, the same bonding chemical that strengthens trust and closeness. In other words, curiosity doesn't just make conversations fun. It literally builds the chemical foundation of friendship and attraction. Pair this with storytelling,
call it a night,
and the
but
effect multiplies. When you
back
share your
tomorrow
own
at some
stories in ways
stage.
that invite curiosity, like starting with a cliffhanger or saving the twist for later, you mirror the same feeling you